The 9016th meeting of the Security Council is resumed. I'd like to remind all speakers to limit their statements to no more than 4 minutes to enable the Council to carry out its work expeditiously. Flashing lights on the collars of the microphones will prompt speakers to bring their remarks to a close after 4 minutes. Thank you. I now give the floor to the representative of Japan.
Mr. President, I'd like to express my appreciation to the United Kingdom for convening this important open debate. Despite all the prevention efforts, alarming reports of sexual violence in conflict continues to be made. Most recently, the Council heard concerning reports of sexual violence in Ukraine as briefed to the Council on the 5th and 11th April. This is particularly disappointing to Japan. But we are determined to redouble our efforts to assist the national efforts to ensure accountability of perpetrators and to support the survivors, in particular through the following measures. First, we will bolster accountability efforts. Since 2014, Japan has provided financial support to the work of the team of experts on rule of law and sexual violence in conflict, and the Office of the Special Representative of the Secretary General on Sexual Violence in Conflict. The team has conducted the work in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, the Central African Republic, Somalia, and Iraq to support investigation and prosecution, legislative reform, and capacity building of judicial and security authorities. In the DRC, such efforts led to prosecution of the leader of an armed group following a mobile court hearing in January 2021. Second, we will provide support to the survivors through multilateral framework. Japan became a board member to the Global Fund for Survivors of Conflict-Related Sexual Violence in 2020 and is going to contribute 2 million euros in addition to 4 million euros to date to ensure access to reparations and redress for the survivors. Since 2014, Japan has supported the Trust Fund for Victims of the International Criminal Court and has earmarked most of its contribution to support survivors of sexual and gender-based violence. Lastly, we will engage in global advocacy for enhanced international cooperation to realize access to justice, remedies, and assistance for all survivors of sexual violence in conflict, post-conflict, and other fragile settings, including post-disaster and post-pandemic situations. Seriously concerned by a growing number of alarming reports of sexual violence, Japan calls on all member states to take effective action to protect and respond to the needs of survivors of sexual violence. Japan remains fully committed to work with the United Nations and other partners to tackle the issue of conflict-related sexual violence globally. Before I conclude, please allow me to reply to the inadequate statement made by one of the Council members. I think we should be humble and honest in squarely facing what was done in the past as well as is being done now. On the issue raised, I will not repeat Japan's position as it has been explained on countless occasions. I would just like to reiterate that Japan has unwaveringly made significant contributions to the universal values of the international community since the end of the Second World War, upholding and improving the situations of human rights. I trust that most member states concur on this. Thank you very much.
I thank the representative of Japan for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Australia.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. President, and can I thank the United Kingdom for convening today's open debate and for its continued leadership on sexual violence in conflict. Australia also thanks today's briefers, and we welcome the Secretary-General's analysis and recommendations presented in his report. Colleagues, women and girls do continue to face appalling levels of sexual violence in conflict-affected settings, including Afghanistan, Ethiopia, Myanmar, Syria, and Iraq. We're also concerned by increasing reports of acts of sexual violence against women and girls in Ukraine. Australia very much supports the work of the Commission of Inquiry on Ukraine that will investigate all alleged violations and abuses of human rights. Australia is gravely concerned by the ongoing use of military interventions at the expense of political processes and the devastating and disproportionate effects that these actions have on women and girls. The ongoing targeting, including through sexual violence and harassment of women peace builders and human rights defenders, is unacceptable. We must ensure that women, girls, men and boys affected by sexual violence have access to comprehensive support, including sexual and reproductive health, psychosocial, legal and other crisis support services. Australia is proud to partner with the International Planned Parenthood Federation, the United Kingdom, UNFPA, UNHCR, International Rescue Committee and INGOs, including the Danish Refugee Council, to provide these support services. For our part, the second Australian National Action Plan on Women, Peace and Security 2021 to 2031 uses a survivor-centred approach to reduce sexual and gender-based violence and to increase access to justice. Can I say, colleagues, in almost all settings covered in the Secretary-General's report, impunity for crimes of conflict-related sexual violence remains the norm, and the pace of justice remains unacceptably low and slow. Gender advisors are critical to embedding gender-responsive planning and resourcing into peace operations and to advancing prevention, protection, compliance, accountability and justice for survivors. Australia trains and deploys military and civilian gender advisors on military, police, humanitarian, relief and recovery and crisis management operations and missions. We also support the ELSI initiative and Female Military Officers course, promoting the meaningful representation of uniformed women across all levels of UN peace operations. Australia is also a founding member of the Call to Action on protection from gender-based violence in emergencies, and we're proud to work with diverse regional and global partners in this endeavour. President, Australia strongly condemns sexual violence in conflict and rape as weapons of war. Efforts to prevent and resolve conflict cannot be separated from efforts to address gender-based violence. We must do more. And we must put an end to sexual violence against women and girls in conflict if we are to fulfil the promise of the Women, Peace and Security agenda. Thank you, President.
I thank the representative of Australia for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of the Netherlands.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I would like to thank the United Kingdom for organising today's important debate. My special thanks go to the civil society briefers Nadia, Mariana and Helena for sharing their stories and for their indispensable work that they do. The Kingdom of the Netherlands fully aligns itself with the statements of the European Union, the Group of Friends of Women, Peace and Security, and the LGBTI core group, and we strongly support the mandate and the work of the SRSG for sexual violence in conflict, Pamela Patton. Mr. President, as the Special Representative said earlier this morning, despite the UN Secretary-General's call for a global ceasefire 2 years ago, the world has seen protracted conflicts intensify and new crises unfold. The unjustified invasion of the Russian Federation in Ukraine is another example of grave violations of international law, including the UN Charter. We are appalled by testimonies of sexual violence perpetrated by Russian armed forces against Ukrainian women and girls. These crimes can and will not go unpunished. To strengthen accountability for sexual violence in conflict and contribute to its prevention, we must do more. Allow me to highlight 3 key areas where action is needed. First, in responding to sexual violence, the diverse voices and needs of survivors should be prioritized. And I fully agree with my colleague from Australia, so should their need for access to essential services for sexual and reproductive health and rights and mental health. As Nadia Murad has put it so clearly, survivors' voices are key prerequisites for enhancing access to justice and accountability. Best practices with the survivor-centered approach from our own programs include setting up dialogues with survivors and local power holders to address the root causes of sexual violence. Second, we need to keep investing in civil society as key enablers of democracy and the rule of law. Across the globe, we see cases where civic space is restricted, where women human rights defenders are attacked or even murdered. In contexts such as South Sudan, Libya, Myanmar and Yemen, this puts not only their lives, but also their vital role in monitoring and responding to sexual violence in conflict at risk. Through dedicated WPS programs and financial supports to the NGO working group on WPS, the Kingdom of the Netherlands contributes to strengthening civil society. However, we and all of us should do more. Third, let me join others in stressing the need to strengthen mechanisms for holding those who perpetrate sexual violence accountable, both at the national and international level. Impunity perpetuates conflict-related sexual violence, and we therefore call upon national authorities to strengthen the rule of law for prosecuting sexual and gender-based violence. Mr. President, please rest assured that the Kingdom of the Netherlands is and will always be a strong supporter to efforts to prevent and eliminate sexual violence in conflict. I thank you.
I thank the representative of the Netherlands for her statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Slovenia.
Mr. President, allow me to thank the United Kingdom for organizing this debate and the speakers for their briefings and testimony. Slovenia aligns itself with the EU statement and the Group of Friends of Women, Peace and Security statement. We wish to make additional remarks in our national capacity. The international normative framework on conflict-related sexual violence is clear. Security Council condemned sexual violence in conflict, which present a threat to international peace and security when used as a tactic of war. Therefore, the reports of persisting sexual and gender-based violence in conflict and the low level of compliance by the parties in conflict are deeply alarming. We need to do more to bridge the divide between the normative state and the state of play on the ground. Sadly, a climate of impunity, especially associated with state collapse, continues to persist and accountability for the crimes committed remains low. It is the responsibility of all states to prevent conflict-related sexual violence and ensure accountability for such acts. To ensure better delivery of justice and assistance to survivors of conflict-related sexual violence, we need to strengthen knowledge about the issue, even before the armed conflict emerges. A survivor-centered approach to preventing and responding to conflict-related sexual violence is essential. Access to sexual and reproductive health service and psychosocial and economic support must be part of the comprehensive assistance to victims and survivors of sexual and gender-based violence in conflict. It also calls for women's and survivors' full and meaningful participation in decision-making processes. Discriminatory practices are always precursors to violence, and more should be done to eliminate all forms, including multiple and intersecting forms of discrimination and violence in times of peace. The existing inequalities are not only further deepened in times of conflict. In times of crisis or conflict, access to information is of the utmost importance. Victims and survivors must have an enabling environment to report acts of sexual violence where they can relate their experience without judgments and stigma. Deployment of Women's Protection Advisor to peace operation is therefore crucial. Mr. President, Slovenia reaffirmed its commitment to the global initiative Call to Action on Protection from Gender-Based Violence. Slovenia is committed to advocating for the inclusion of gender equality, prevention, and response to global-based violence. We continue to finance projects on gender-based violence in emergencies. For the period 2020 to 2022, we have allocated 400,000 euros to support humanitarian projects focusing on gender-based violence and awareness raising on child marriages. Slovenia also supported the ICRC response to sexual violence for Democratic Republic of Congo. Mr. President, we are appalled by the increasing atrocities and war crimes committed by the Russian armed forces in a number of occupied territories, of Ukraine territories. We condemned the reported conflict-related sexual violence in Ukraine. It's a barbaric and uncivilized. It is a war crime, and it is crime against humanity. It is our duty and responsibilities to step up our efforts to ensure full compliance with international human rights and humanitarian law and accountability for their violations. This will allow for a more equal, violence and impunity-free world. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Slovenia for her statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Lithuania.
Mr. President, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, Lithuania aligns itself with the EU statement and would like to add the following in its national capacity. But first, I would like to thank for the very powerful messages from Ms. Murad, Ms. Karkutli, and Ms. Berhanu. Mr. President, I also would like to thank the UK team for organizing this timely and very important event. Well, since the first day of Russia's unprovoked and unjustified war on independent Ukraine, it became evident that Russia is directly attacking civilian population, civilian objects, including hospitals, medical facilities, schools, and shelters, is committing atrocities and war crimes. Like in any other war, women and children are the ones who are primarily affected and most vulnerable. Women and girls, because of many reasons, including due to deeply rooted gender discrimination and inequality predating the conflict, continue to be targeted by weapons of war, such as sexual violence, including rape. The mounting evidence shows that Russian soldiers are using rape as deliberate tactics of war. We are horrified by testimonies of gang rapes, assaults taking place at gunpoint, rapes committed in front of the children. There are reports of minors being raped. In areas occupied by Russian military forces, women who have chosen not to evacuate or were unable to evacuate due to disability, caregiving obligations, or preference, face particular risk of sexual violence. The overall risk of gender-based violence, including sexual exploitation and abuse and human trafficking, is also increasing. Many survivors experience negative long-term consequences and post-traumatic stress and are distinctly vulnerable to discrimination and social stigmatization. Moreover, many women have limited or no access to healthcare services, as well as gender-based violence-specific services. Mr. President, the sexual violence by the Russian army is motivated by various reasons, including punishment and the intent to destroy the morale of brave Ukrainian people and to stiff the resistance. This is a war crime for which Russia will be held accountable. All of those directly responsible for war crimes and crimes against humanity, violations of human rights and international humanitarian law on Ukrainian soil must and will be held accountable. In this context, we fully support the investigation launched by the prosecutor of International Criminal Court into war crimes and crimes against humanity, as well as the work of the Independent Commission of Inquiry. All of these investigations must fully encompass and address the gender-specific aspects. Mr. President, conflict-related sexual violence cannot be perceived as an inevitable consequence of war. It constitutes a crime that is preventable and punishable under international human rights law, international humanitarian law, and international criminal law. We do have already solid international framework to address these crimes, but we must work on the implementation. Sadly, As the UN Secretary General has highlighted in his report, the impunity for conflict-related sexual violence remains widespread, which for all of the survivors is a sign of benign indifference of the world. Impunity, together with stigmatization and deeply rooted stereotypes, silence victims and continues to keep the conflict-related sexual violence underreported. The accountability for these atrocious crimes, whether in Syria, in Myanmar, Democratic Republic of Congo, Mali, in Afghanistan, Ukraine, or any other part of the world must be ensured. Holding perpetrators, whether individuals, state, or non-state actors, to account is essential to building inclusive democracy and fostering trust in national institutions. And it is the best way to prevention in the future. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Lithuania for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of New Zealand.
Mr. President, New Zealand associates itself with a group of friends of women, peace and security. That statement delivered this morning by Canada, and wishes to make a few additional remarks in our national capacity. New Zealand thanks the Security Council for holding this open debate on accountability as prevention, ending cycles of sexual violence and conflict as an agenda item under Women, Peace and Security. We acknowledge and thank those briefers this morning for their powerful testimonials and reports, keeping conflicts-related sexual violence at the forefront of the Security Council's agenda. Mr. President, New Zealand was one of 13 signatories to a joint statement in November 2021, which condemned the use of sexual violence and rape as weapons of war, as a red line akin to chemical weapons. Conflict-related sexual violence is no longer seen as an inevitable byproduct of war, crises, or emergency. Rather, it is a crime that is punishable under international human rights law, international humanitarian law, and international criminal law. Holding perpetrators to account, whether they be states, non-state actors, or individuals, must be a priority, along with supporting survivors and ending such heinous crimes which predominantly target women and girls. Disturbingly, these crimes have become a daily occurrence in places such as Ethiopia, Afghanistan, South Sudan, the DRC, Iraq, Syria, Myanmar, and elsewhere. The list is simply too long. New Zealand is determined to strengthen international and national responses by supporting legal accountability architecture. This includes the United Kingdom's initiative for a new convention on conflict-related sexual violence. The prevalence of sexual violence in conflict will continue unabated unless the culture of impunity is addressed. All member states must prioritise the implementation of laws and policies that enable a meaningful response. Eliminating impunity by prosecuting those who perpetrate such horrific crimes remains the key to ending the cycle of violence and providing justice for survivors. In operationalising the conflict-related sexual violence agenda, it is important to recognise the nexus between sexual violence crimes and security sector reform processes. In this vein, New Zealand believes a comprehensive response to conflict-related sexual violence should also include proactive and purposeful engagement with the security sector. Mr. President, working to improve the protection and promotion of women's rights in all instances, including in conflict settings, is one of New Zealand's top-tier priorities under our International Human Rights Action Plan. Sexual violence is already recognised as a war crime, including by the International Criminal Court, and as a crime against humanity. New Zealand has and will continue to make a steadfast commitment to ending the scourge of gender-based violence in all instances, including conflict. we call on the United Nations Security Council and all member states to hold perpetrators fully accountable for their actions and to deny them any exemption from prosecution, regardless of status. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of New Zealand for her statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Argentina.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Throughout history, rape and sexual violence have been used as weapons of war, and frequently as a deliberate strategy in the conduct of hostilities. Despite the numerous international instruments which require the protection of civilians against sexual attacks in armed conflicts, and which recognize that these acts may constitute international crimes, sexual violence related to conflicts continues to prevail in a culture of almost complete impunity. Conflict-related sexual violence may be exacerbated in contexts where there is a drastic gender equality, which contributes to its normalization. Gender inequality is an underlying cause of sex crimes and also an obstacle for their prevention. Preventing systematic generalized sexual violence begins in peacetime through the adoption of national laws which are robust enough to criminalize this conduct. States must have ready at hand legislative mechanisms and legal institutions in order to comprehensively deal with this set of problems. Crimes related to sexual violence have a gender impact. Discussions on these crimes typically focus on violence by men against women and girls. However, the discussions must be expanded to include the impacts of these criminal acts when they are directed against men, boys, and LGBTIQ+ people. In these cases, there is a high level of underreporting, which together with retaliation, discrimination, and stigmatization contributes to the generalized impunity of the perpetrators. Accountability of the perpetrators of acts of sexual violence is essential to ensure justice for the victims and deter the commission of further crimes. These crimes are under individual criminal responsibility under international law, and states have the primary obligation to prosecute the perpetrators. When a state does not have the will or the ability to investigate and prosecute international crimes, including conflict-related sex crimes, the international community should take the necessary steps to refer the situation to the International Criminal Court. The Rome Statute clearly criminalizes rape and any other form of sexual violence as war crimes and crimes against humanity. The will of the international community to investigate sexual and gender-based crimes has grown. However, there is a gap in the ability of international and national courts to effectively use the existing legal framework and translate it into justice for the victims. Awareness about sexual crimes and the vulnerability of the victims call for special expertise in this area in order to conduct successful investigations. Furthermore, this expertise must be quickly available in terms of weeks or even days in order to ensure the documentation of evidence. In this regard, we wish to stress the work of the Justice Rapid Response Mechanism, which Argentina is a part of. The purpose of this mechanism is to provide experts to investigate grave crimes against international law by states, for states and international organizations, requiring the assistance of experts in gathering information which can serve in the investigation and prosecution of international crimes. We particularly give great value to the alliance and joint work of this mechanism with UN Women, which guarantees the inclusion of experts in gender issues in investigating sex crimes. This alliance between Justice Rapid Response and UN Women has yielded a roster of experts in sexual and gender based violence and crime, made up of over 200 experts of over 70 nationalities who are specifically trained to investigate and document sexual and gender-based violence. One of the spaces where acts of sexual violence takes place are schools or on the way to school. Resolution 2601 of the Security Council on the Protection of Education during armed conflicts expresses concern at the consequences of attacks which women and girls may suffer, including rape and other forms of sexual violence, which may prevent them from continuing their education. In this regard, we wish to stress the Declaration on Safe Schools, which is an intergovernmental political commitment which seeks to guarantee safe education and prevent sexual violence and conflict. We call on all states that have not yet done so to subscribe to this document, which already has 140 signatories. To conclude, we wish to recall that in 2015, as an initiative of Argentina and the United Kingdom, the General Assembly adopted Resolution 69/293, proclaiming June 19th of every year the International Day for the Elimination of Sexual Violence and Conflict, in order to raise awareness on the need to put an end to sexual violence related to conflicts, honor the victims and survivors of sexual violence, and pay tribute to all those who have dedicated their lives with bravery to the fight to eradicate these crimes and who've lost their lives in doing so. Thank you.
His statement. I give the floor to the representative of South Africa.
Thank you, Mr. President. We are grateful for this opportunity, and we would like to thank the briefers for their insightful and critical intervention this morning. In the context of today's thematic discussion and consideration of the Secretary General's report on conflict-related sexual violence, allow me to highlight the following points. South Africa is gravely concerned by the increased incidence of sexual violence recorded over the reporting period. We also concerned by the use of sexual violence and exploitation as a tool of reprisal to target those that work on combat sexual violence abuses and providing life-saving, preventive, as well as responsive services in conflict situations, including critical sexual violence, sexual and reproductive health services. These incidents were further exacerbated during the COVID-19 global pandemic, which has threatened the progress made in addressing conflict-related sexual violence. We are equally concerned that the SG's report has highlighted how sexual violence and exploitation is being increasingly used as a tool to silence and intimidate women pursuing political and leadership positions, particularly during elections. South Africa acknowledges the robust and well-developed normative framework on addressing the scourge of conflict sexual violence. However, there is an urgent need to redirect our attention to the gaps in the full and effective implementation of all UN Security Council resolutions related to women, peace, and security, aimed at addressing the conflict-related sexual violence. We must strengthen our collective political will and access to adequate, predictable, and sustainable financing to address this issue. Mr. President, to focus our efforts on preventive measures at the national, regional, as well as international levels to address conflict-related sexual violence, there is a need for urgent and concrete action at political and operational levels to strengthen risk mitigation mechanisms that address the root causes of, as well as the occurrence and recurrence of sexual violence. It is also important to ensure that in implementing political and social reforms, we create safe and conducive environment for reporting of sexual violence incidents. Additionally, it is important that we address the drivers of conflict, structural and systematic barriers, discriminatory stereotypes, poverty, inequality, in order to holistically address sexual violence in conflict situations. In this regard, it is necessary to improve systems for early warning as well and early response, including in periods of political instability, rising violent extremism, forced displacement, and escalating armed conflict to inform responses to counter acts of sexual violence in situations of conflict. We must continue to empower women protection advisors in UN peace operations who play a critical role in support of women in conflict situations, civil society organizations, local actors, national authorities. Women protection networks and women organizations in collaboration with national authorities and the international community contribute to providing necessary support to the survivors of sexual violence. These outreach capabilities, especially in local communities, continue to have a positive impact. Mr. President, it is our view that states, together with local, regional, and international bodies, must focus on structural prevention, including at the institutional and policy level. We trust that this will also ensure that non-state actors are held accountable for perpetrating sexual violence during times of conflict. This is important to underscore that prosecution is a form of prevention and deterrence, which demonstrate that impunity for such crimes will not be tolerated. Accountability and justice for victims and survivors can be bolstered through effective investigations, timely prosecutions, and by ensuring gender-sensitive and responsive security sector reform. This can be enhanced through the increased representation of women in this sector, the vetting and the pre-deployment training of troops and police and peacekeeping missions on the identification of conflict-related sexual violence. We believe that this can be a positive step towards filling the remaining gaps in addressing sexual conflict in conflict situations. This would also go a long way in ensuring protection, relief, and recovery of those affected by sexual violence in conflict. In addressing impunity, it is critical that victims and survivors have access to justice and human rights mechanisms and medical health, including mental and psychological support. We commend the continued role and work of the team of experts on the rule of law and sexual violence in conflict, as outlined in the SG's report, for assisting national authorities to strengthen such institutions, provide support to victims and survivors, to enhance accountability for conflict-related sexual violence. The work of the expert provides best practices that can be replicated in other situations where there is a lack of capacity, resources, and coverage. This work can be further supported. This work can further support and build on existing legal and institutional frameworks through regular virtual and in-person visits and engagements where possible with national and regional bodies. Mr. President, we must also continue to ensure that victims and survivors have access to and participate in decision and policy-making platforms to combat sexual violence. We must adopt a survivor-centered approach that prioritizes the views and perspectives of survivors, which will allow us to better understand and address their needs towards justice and recovery. In conclusion, Mr. President, we reiterate our consistent request for the annual report of the Secretary General on CRSV to also include information on sexual violence in situations of occupations such as Western Sahara and Palestine. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of South Africa for his statement. I give the floor to the representative of Luxembourg.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. President, Luxembourg is grateful to the United Kingdom presidency of the Security Council for having convened this open debate on preventing sexual violence. I would like to thank Ms. Pramila Patten, Ms. Nadia Murad, and the civil society representatives from Syria and Ethiopia for their testimonies and their recommendations. Luxembourg fully endorses the statement that will be made by the European Union and those made on behalf of the Group of Friends of Women, Peace and Security and the LGBTI UN Core Group. I would like to add to these by some considerations in my national capacity. Mr. President, resolutions have been adopted by the Security Council since 2008 to require all parties to armed conflicts to bring an end to all acts of sexual violence against civilians. However, sexual violence continues to be used as a weapon of war in Ukraine, Myanmar, in Syria, in the north of Ethiopia, in South Sudan, and in other conflicts, and in an almost total climate of impunity. Rape and other forms of sexual violence are war crimes and can constitute a crime against humanity or a constitutive part of the crime of genocide. We are deeply shocked by the growing number of personal testimonies and reports regarding rape and sexual violence and gender-based violence perpetrated by the Russian armed forces in Ukraine, targeting in particular women and children. We condemn in the strongest possible terms these horrific acts. The perpetrators of these crimes must be held responsible. In the context of its feminist foreign policy, Luxembourg defends and promotes the rights of women and girls in all their diversity. This includes the rights of survivors of conflict-based related sexual violence. We also support the actions of the awareness-raising activities of the initiative Stand, Speak, Rise Up, and have established partnerships with UNFPA, UN Women and Justice Rapid Response. We continue to support the mandate of the SRSG for sexual violence in conflict, and we have contributed to the special trust fund that supports her work. In South Kivu, in the Democratic Republic of Congo, my country supports efforts to strengthen the care model for victims of sexual violence created by Dr. Mukwege in partnership with civil society organizations. In Iraq, Luxembourg supports the Yazda non-governmental organization, which helps the Yazidi community and primarily women and children from the Yazidi community that are survivors of sexual violence committed by Daesh. So, in order to bring an end to cycles of sexual violence, Luxembourg would like to make 6 recommendations. Firstly, we must prevent any human rights abuses and violations by fully implementing the existing legal frameworks and by tackling the root causes of conflict-related sexual violence by committing to gender equality. Secondly, we need to support the work of documenting crimes committed through investigation mechanisms. Thirdly, we should work together to bring an end to impunity for perpetrators of crimes. Thus, we should ensure justice for survivors, be these male or female. In this context, we underscore the key role of the International Criminal Court, which is complementary to national jurisdictions. Fourthly, unhindered access to judicial systems and to healthcare systems and psychosocial treatment must be provided to victims without them being worried about reprisals. We, fifthly, would encourage member states that have not yet done so to endorse the Safe Schools Declaration and to apply it in order to encourage the protection of children and young people and teachers against conflict-related sexual violence in schools or on the way to school. 60, Luxembourg would encourage the Security Council to continue its efforts to incorporate sexual violence as a designation criterion in sanctions regimes of the UN. Thank you.
Representative of Luxembourg for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Estonia.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thank the UK for convening today's debate and the briefers for their interventions. Estonia aligns itself with the statement to be delivered by the European Union. Today's debate, Mr. President, focuses on crimes that are abhorrent, cruel, and inhumane. Yet, it also highlights the resilience, determination, and humanity of the efforts to combat these crimes. As we condemn the prevalence and the impunity of conflict-related sexual violence, we support and stand with those around the world who work day by day to prevent and end it. Women's rights and community activists, local organizations, medical workers, judges and lawyers, journalists and media workers, national, regional, and international investigative accountability mechanisms, all determined to break the cycle of conflict-related sexual violence. And here, in the Security Council, we say, the Council and the UN at large must continue to do its part. Estonia, during its membership in the Council, focused on addressing conflict-related sexual violence wherever it occurred, including Ethiopia, Afghanistan, Iraq, DRC, South Sudan, and Yemen. We are continuing this work now. Mr. President, we have heard repeated accounts from the UN and the organizations on the ground of the pattern of horrifying conflict-related sexual violence by the armed forces of the Russian Federation in its unlawful military aggression against Ukraine. These reports are a reflection of how Russia wages war. Through targeted, cruel retaliation against the civilians, women and children. But they are also a reflection of an ideology that sees those living in Ukraine as less than human, subject to inhumane treatment. We have seen this before, with results that we as UN member states have vowed never to let happen again. In my country, there are still those with a living memory of systematic violence brought about by aggression. As we did then, we need accountability and action to end the crimes in Ukraine now. Estonia is determined to ensure that there will be accountability for violations of international law, including for those amounting to war crimes and crimes against humanity in Ukraine. This includes holding accountable the perpetrators of these atrocity crimes. We fully support the UN Commission of Inquiry, the work under the OSCE Moscow mechanism, and the efforts of the prosecutor of the ICC. We have rejoined the referral of the situation in Ukraine to the ICC. Criminal proceedings have been initiated in Estonia under universal jurisdiction, within which evidence of war crimes and crimes against humanity committed is collected. We call for continued monitoring and reporting of conflict-related sexual violence in Ukraine by established UN mechanisms, and for comprehensive survivor-centered services, including sexual and reproductive health services to its survivors. Estonia continues to support the UN team of experts on the rule of law and sexual violence in conflict. Mr. President, we continue to support the standing recommendations to end and prevent conflict-related sexual violence, in particular through the inclusion of response to it in mandate renewals, the deployment and resourcing of women's protection advisors, the designation of sexual violence as a standalone criterion for targeted sanctions, and ensuring relevant expertise in the sanctions committees, referrals of situations to ICC in accordance with its statute, and through addressing threats and reprisals against women's rights and civil society representatives. We note, however, that for these to be truly acted upon, the Council as a whole needs to start confronting conflict-related sexual violence as an essential part of its work to maintain international peace and security. Thank you, Mr. President.
Representative of Estonia for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Morocco.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. My delegation wishes to begin by thanking the United Kingdom for organizing this public debate as the President of the Security Council. The issues of the greatest importance, the strategies to prevent sexual violence in conflict. No matter where the victims are, violence is always condemnable. Sexual violence in conflict, all the more so. Unfortunately, this violence persists and takes new forms, affecting not only the victims themselves, but the entire society. Morocco strongly condemns these unacceptable and intolerable practices. The Security Council adopted several years ago Resolution 1820, ensuring that all victims of sexual violence in conflict have equal access to justice and putting an end to impunity of the authors of these acts. Resolution 2008 follows the same lines. The victims of these conflicts amongst non-combatants were mostly women and girls. These crimes continue, however, to be a major concern for the international community, especially in recent armed conflicts and their involvement in the massacre as well of civilians. Sexual slavery and the trafficking of women and girls, as well as the use of sexual violence as a weapon of terror and a source of income, are other violations. A rigorous application of the international jurisdictions available is indispensable. We must find solutions by punishing and prosecuting such actions. Allow me to stress a few points in this regard. First, it is important to respond to the root causes of sexual violence and conflict by strengthening peace building and national initiatives, putting an end to gender-based discrimination. Second, there must be access to justice for the victims, and those responsible must be prosecuted. Thirdly, the participation of women in prevention efforts and the maintenance of peace and security must be strengthened. Women must fully and equally participate in decision-making. Fourthly, religious leaders have a role to play and must prevent religion being used to justify violence. The actions of local and community leaders is also crucial, since they can identify trends that are the precursors of sexual violence. Fifthly, the stigmatization of the victims must be eliminated. The victims must be supported psychologically and financially. Lastly, I wish to pay tribute to the Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres, for the strategy of the UN, which stresses the dignity of victims and encourages zero tolerance. We firmly encourage these zero tolerance policies. And lastly, last month, we launched our national Action Plan, Women, Peace and Security for the coming 5 years. This initiative is part of the high vision of His Majesty for the development of a democratic and equal society. There are specific sections devoted to the protection of women and girls and fighting sexual abuse and exploitation in accordance with international standards and the zero tolerance policy. It is inappropriate and unacceptable for the representative of South Africa to refer to the Moroccan Sahara. The rights of women and girls are fully respected and promoted in Moroccan Sahara. However, in South Africa, there is the highest rate of sexual violence against women. Thank you very much.
Of Morocco for his statement, I give the floor to the representative of Greece.
Thank you, Mr. President. Greece is gravely concerned about mounting allegations of sexual violence perpetrated against women and girls in the context of the war in Ukraine, and we must all echo the UN Secretary General in his calls for the war to stop now. As the UN Special Representative of the Secretary General on Sexual Violence in Conflict and the Executive Director of UN Women have recently stated, war and the related displacement heighten risks of all forms of sexual violence. In all conflict situations, investigations of allegations of sexual violence must be conducted to ensure justice and accountability. This is a core aspect of deterrence and prevention of such heinous crimes. The responsible for such acts must be held to account by national and, where applicable, international justice. In this regard, all states should also adopt specific commitments to prevent and address conflict-related sexual violence, protect survivors, and bring perpetrators to justice. In parallel, we should protect civil space and reinforce civil society, and especially women human rights defenders, including women journalists who face increasing challenges and threats. In this respect, women's empowerment and leadership requires protection, relief, and recovery of the survivors. In this vein, a survivors-centered approach should guide international peace efforts by focusing on providing just reparations, ensuring multi-sectoral assistance, and access to psychological and legal services, among others. Mr. President, Greece has recently joined the group of Friends for Women, Peace and Security agenda, recognizing the need for concrete and results-oriented international policies which are aligned, coherent, and mutually reinforcing. Moreover, we were fortunate enough to be accepted in January 2022 in the Circle of Leadership of the Secretary General on the prevention of and response to sexual exploitation and abuse in United Nations operations, with the participation of the President of the Hellenic Republic, Ms. Katerina Sakelaropoulou. In conclusion, I would like to highlight that the first national plan of Greece on women, peace and security that will be adopted shortly prioritizes the main pillars of the UN Security Council agenda, including the prevention of all forms of conflict-related sexual and gender-based violence against women and girls, and the relief and recovery of women and girl survivors. Thank you.
I'd like to thank the representative of Greece for her statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Switzerland.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. President, I would like to thank the United Kingdom for organising this debate and the speakers for their contributions. We must combat sexual violence in times of armed conflict by all means and prevent bodies from being used as battlefields. This is the reminder of Dr. Denis Mukwege, winner of the Nobel Peace Prize jointly with Nadia Murad, who briefed us today. 14 years ago, with Resolution 1820, the Security Council made sexual violence in armed conflict a security issue in its own right. Since then, a strong normative framework has been established. However, as the Secretary-General notes in his annual report, impunity remains the norm and the pace of justice remains painfully slow. Switzerland remains very concerned that the report shows that sexual and gender-based violence continue to be used as a tactic of war in many conflicts in 2021. In addition, data from the monitoring and reporting mechanism indicate that rape and other forms of sexual violence against children increased in 2021. Women and children in Ukraine now face an increased risk of gender-based violence, sexual exploitation, abuse, and trafficking. Just this week, the Council was informed of an alarming increase in allegations of sexual violence in Ukraine. We call on all parties in all conflicts to stop immediately committing these crimes. Facts and responsibility must be established, and we must put an end to widespread impunity. I would like to highlight 3 issues in this regard. First, let us be clear, the root causes of conflict-related sexual violence can only be truly addressed if women's participation, autonomy, and rights are guaranteed. When mandating UN missions, the Council must ensure that it includes provisions for the promotion of gender equality and the full, equal, and meaningful participation of women at all levels of decision-making. In order for the UN to fulfill its mandates, women's protection advisors must be deployed and appropriately resourced. Second, we must fight impunity at the local, national, and global levels. One way the Council can support this is by including designation criteria that focus on sexual violence in sanctions regimes. We welcome the increasing use of such criteria. Switzerland supports the efforts of the International Criminal Court to investigate these crimes and to develop gender-sensitive approaches. In addition, through our civil society partners, we are helping survivors to assert their rights by collecting evidence. For example, Switzerland has supported Rohingya women to file applications to the International Criminal Court on behalf of hundreds of survivors of gender-based violence. Third, the rights and needs of survivors, especially their sexual and reproductive health and rights, must be central to our actions. In line with Resolution 2467, we call for adequate funding to support prevention and response efforts, including community solidarity networks. Switzerland works closely with civil society and women human rights defenders. In countless conflicts, they are at the forefront of the fight against sexual violence and provide essential services. States have an obligation to ensure a safe environment for them. Mr. President, 14 years after the adoption of Resolution 1820, we must, as Dr. Mukwege puts it, end the use of bodies as battlefields. We must put an end to impunity. As a candidate to the Security Council, Switzerland strives to continue to be a plus for peace and humanity and remains fully committed to this goal. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Switzerland for his statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Olof Skog, Head of Delegation of the European Union to the United Nations.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you to the UK for organising this very, very important debate. I speak on behalf of the European Union and its member states, North Macedonia, Montenegro, and Albania, Bosnia and Herzegovina, as well as Ukraine, the Republic of Moldova, Georgia, Andorra, and San Marino align themselves with this statement. I want to start by paying a special tribute to the briefers this morning. Their testimonies forces us, sadly, to agree with the Secretary General that the situation is truly alarming. We are facing the highest number of violent conflicts since 1945, repeated violations of the UN Charter and international law, the return of invasions, military coups, and rising impunity. We are horrified by the reports of violence, including sexual violence and rape, perpetrated by Russian soldiers in Ukraine, and by the repeated Russian attacks on civilians and civilian infrastructures, including hospitals. These crimes will not be left unanswered. We are taking action to support independent investigations to ensure justice and accountability, in particular the efforts by the ICC prosecutor and by the Ukrainian prosecutor general. The European Union Advisory Mission in Ukraine has been tasked to assist as well, and we are working to provide urgent support to survivors of sexual violence. We reiterate the General Assembly's demand that Russia immediately stop its military aggression, enabled by Belarus, immediately and unconditionally withdraw all forces from the entire territory of Ukraine and fully respect Ukraine's territorial integrity, sovereignty, and independence within its internationally recognized borders. Mr. President, the reports coming from Bucha and other cities recall the worst atrocities committed by war criminals such as Daesh in Iraq and Syria, as well as by state and non-state actors in Afghanistan, Ethiopia, Mali, Sudan, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Central African Republic, and elsewhere. There is a solid international framework in place to address these abhorrent crimes. We do not need more debates, documents, or initiatives. As Nadia Murad said this morning, more than moral outrage, we need action. Let me outline 4 priorities. First, it is the responsibility of all states to prevent and address conflict-related sexual violence, protect and support survivors, and bring perpetrators to justice. All state and non-state parties to conflict must adopt specific commitments to prevent and address such violence and monitor their compliance. Second, civil society plays a key role. Often as first responders, it is our collective responsibility to put an end to threats targeting civil society actors, women human rights defenders and mediators, hold perpetrators accountable, and defend civic space. Thirdly, prosecution and accountability are key to ensuring long-lasting peace. We support initiatives to strengthen legal procedures at national, regional, and international levels, notably through the ICC. We reiterate our support for the Security Council to incorporate and apply sexual and gender-based violence as a designation criterion in UN-sanctioned regimes in a much more systematic manner, as many have said today. Fourth, protection costs money. Sexual and gender-based violence programs must be considered as life-saving by humanitarian appeals and as part of standard women, peace and security funding. A survivor-centered approach must guide our actions with a focus on ensuring access to psychological and legal services, as well as to sexual and reproductive health and rights, in line with the program of action of the ICPD and the Beijing Platform for Action and the outcomes of their reviews. Mr. President, we will actively continue to use all our tools for holding perpetrators accountable and for ensuring that women have the opportunity to contribute to the efforts and dialogues promoted by the European Union and the UN and the wider international community. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Skoog for his statement. The representative of the Russian Federation has asked to take the floor again. I give the floor to the representative of the Russian Federation.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to talk to the head of the delegation of the European Union, given his statement. Mr. Skoog, you represent a serious organization, the European Union. I didn't respond to the individual statements made by individual members of the European Union that to one degree or another of intensiveness, depending on its different phobias and Russian phobias historically, accused Russia and its armed forces of things that they have never committed, and you're well aware that they've never committed this. I did expect that you would have a more balanced assessment of what is going on in Ukraine, and in particular regarding the crimes being considered. I can expect from Lithuania, Estonia and others saying that Russian soldiers raped women and children or whatever, but I don't expect that from you, and I really am very disappointed about that. Thank you.
Take note of the statement from the delegate of the Russian Federation. I note that His Excellency Mr. Skoog would like to take the floor again. I give the floor to Mr. Skoog.
I appreciate that, and I will be very brief. Just two comments to my colleague from Russia. There is absolutely no Russophobia or any strong feelings of against the Russian people. But there is a very strong rejection in this hall, in the international community, about the aggression that Russia is committing against Ukraine. Thank you very much.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Skoog for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Turkey.
Mr. President, we would like to thank the United Kingdom for convening this important and timely debate. We also thank Special Representative Ms. Paten and the civil society briefers for their invaluable and insightful remarks. Mr. President, sexual violence is one of the gravest human rights abuses committed against women and girls. In situations of conflict, sexual violence is often used as a weapon of war, a strategy to deprive human beings of their most basic rights, their safety, security, and dignity. Moreover, sexual violence can exacerbate and prolong armed conflicts and may impede the restoration of international peace and security. We acknowledge the progress that has been achieved within the UN system to generate action to combat this scourge. The Security Council has successfully connected the concepts of sexual violence and impunity to international peace and security, passing numerous resolutions and addressing the issue in various meetings. We welcome the inclusion of sexual violence as a designation criterion for the Council sanctions committees and support its application in practice. Yet, we see a gap between the commitments and action. As the Secretary General's latest report reveals, sexual violence continues to be widely used as a tactic of war and terror. The report also confirms the nexus among sexual violence, human trafficking, and forced displacement. Sexual violence in conflicts is one of the leading factors that trigger internal and cross-border displacement. Furthermore, victims of sexual violence are likely to face further abuses during their displacement, which leads to multiple victimizations, including human trafficking. Strengthening penal codes and immigration laws with a view to combat human trafficking is essential. The protection framework should also cover additional support in the aftermath of victimization, such as ensuring the safety of victims, providing psychological support, and extending the victim's stay in their country of refuge to mitigate the effects of the trauma. Mr. President, sexual violence has consequences for all affected, women and girls, men and boys. In addition to its devastating impact on the survivors, it has a broad and long-lasting effect on communities and states as a whole for generations. Our responsibility must be to bring justice, recognition, and reparations to the survivors of these horrendous crimes. The punishment of the crime often serves as the most important deterrent and is a key element for prevention. However, as stated in the Secretary General's report, impunity for crimes of conflict-related sexual violence remains the norm, and the pace of justice remains painfully slow. In order to address sexual violence during conflicts and ensure that these crimes can be prosecuted in the post-conflict phase, necessary documentation and evidence must be gathered while the conflict is ongoing. The UN, other international organizations, humanitarian agencies, and civil society have an important task in this respect. We commend the efforts of women's protection advisors in the field and the team of experts on rule of law. We call for the mobilization of human and financial resources for their timely deployment in the mandated missions. Mr. President, today's meeting is about standing for delivering accountability and justice for the survivors of these despicable crimes. It is about protecting the lives, rights, and dignity of women and girls suffering from conflicts around the world. In this context, let me express our solidarity with women and girls in Ukraine who face the terrible consequences of the act of aggression by Russia. Likewise, we reiterate our commitment to seek accountability for the horrific acts of sexual violence perpetrated by the Syrian regime, which have long been documented in various UN reports. More than ever, it is time to collectively step up our efforts for the women and girls who bear the brunt of conflicts all around the world. Firmly committed to gender equality and empowerment of all women and girls, Turkey will continue to work closely with the international community to advance the women, peace and security agenda and to eliminate sexual violence in conflict. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Turkey for her statement. I give the floor to the representative of Croatia.
Mr. President, Croatia aligns itself with the statement of the European Union and group of friends of women, peace and security, as well as LGBTI core group. I would like now to add some remarks in my national capacity. I would like to thank the UK Presidency and the distinguished briefers. As the Secretary-General's report demonstrates, despite all the advances made in international law, conflict-related sexual and gender-based violence remains pervasive as ever, and we are appalled that yet another country, Ukraine, will have to be added to that unfortunate count. Evidence is mounting of widespread rape and sexual violations in areas under Russian control since the start of the invasion. We strongly support the call of the UN Special Representative of the Secretary-General on Sexual Violence in Conflict, as well as others, for rigorous investigation of allegations of sexual violence. The Murad Code will be very helpful for this and other similar purposes. Mr. President, if we want to improve prevention, we should keep in mind that conflict-related rapes and sexual violence do not exist in a vacuum, nor come out of blue. The report of the Secretary-General points to structural gender-based inequality, gender-based violence and harmful social norms as some of the root causes of conflict-related sexual violence. The former Special Rapporteur on Violence Against Women, in her report on rape as a grave and systematic human rights violation and a manifestation of gender-based violence against women, highlights that the lack of a human rights-based approach and legal shortcomings in the criminalization and prosecution of rape before the conflict contribute to the normalization of sexual violence during the conflict. We strongly encourage all states that have not yet done so to align their laws with international human rights, humanitarian and criminal law standards on rape and sexual violence. In order to avoid post-conflict legal shortcomings in the prosecution of rape, we call on all states to ratify the ICC statute or to align their laws on sexual violence and rape with the CEDAW General Recommendation 35 on gender-based violence against women and model law on rape, proposed by the Special Rapporteur on Violence Against Women. Definition of rape based on lack of consent and abolishment of statute of limitation are crucial for its prevention in war and peace. Furthermore, For victims that would not be able to seek compensation through the judicial process, it is important to provide other victim-centered solutions. For example, in Croatia, survivors of sexual violence perpetrated during the homeland war are entitled to financial reparations and special care packages, even if the perpetrators are never found or brought to justice. We are ready to share our practices and experience with this victim-centered approach. Mr. President, let me conclude. The Secretary General's report warns that when it comes to conflict-related sexual violence, impunity remains the norm. We therefore support the Security Council to systematically incorporate and apply sexual violence as a designation criterion in UN sanctions regime in situations where such crimes are persistently perpetrated. Prevention of sexual violence in conflict should start at home and in peace, and we therefore support the Secretary General's call for an emergency global action plan on violence against women as reflected in our common agenda. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Croatia for his statement. I give the floor to the representative of Poland.
Mr. President, first I would like to extend my sincere gratitude and appreciation to the United Kingdom for organizing this important debate and for highlighting the question of accountability as the main focus of our discussion. I would also like to thank all the briefers for their inspiring contribution. I also wish to thank the Secretary General for his informative and comprehensive report that provides in-depth analysis and a set of practical recommendations for a wide spectrum of international actors. Poland aligns itself with the statement and additional remark delivered by the European Union, as well as by the statement of the Group of Friends of Women, Peace and Security, both of which reaffirmed strong support for zero tolerance to any form of sexual violence. Mr. Chair, we share the view that the scale of conflict-related sexual violence against civilians is of a paramount concern. Humanitarian, security and political crisis, compounded with the economic aftermath of the pandemic and displacement, have all contributed to increasing the levels of conflict-related sexual violence. The use of rape and other forms of sexual violence as weapons or tactic of war is widespread. The most affected are women and girls, and yet we must also account for the presence of male victims. Women's full, equal and meaningful participation in all aspects of public life, political, social and economic, as well as peace and security processes, is a basic prerequisite for ending conflict-related sexual violence. This participation requires an adequate and effective protection mechanism that will focus on a strong commitment to address the issue of impunity of perpetrators, as well as on efforts to support victims of such crimes. Women's inclusion can best guarantee a survivor-centered approach, including the rehabilitation of women survivors of conflict-related sexual violence, ensuring post-conflict reparations and accountability, as well as the establishment of vetting mechanism excluding perpetrators of sexual violence from the security forces. Mr. Chair, Secretary General's report covers the period of 2021, but at this point we cannot fail to mention the horror reports and testimonies of victims of killing in Bucha, Irpin and other localities in Ukraine visited today by the presidents of Poland, Lithuania, Latvia and Estonia. We are shocked by the growing accounts of sexual violence used deliberately by Russian soldiers, as well as tactics of war as a tool of terror and intimidation. Also, massive displacement caused by the Russian aggression has heightened the risk of all forms of sexual violence and has disproportionately affected women and girls. We do not need to mention that the consequences of the conflict-related sexual violence, especially for women and children, go far beyond the physical dimension. Very often they have an irreversible impact on their whole lives. What is more, the horrible trauma hits not only individuals but also whole communities. Mr. Chair, Poland consistently advocates for respect and compliance with the international norms of and the body of existing Security Council resolution by state and non-state actors. States have a legal and moral responsibility to protect their citizens and ensure perpetrators are held to account. Accountability is also a means for ensuring prevention. Failure to act decisively now will only encourage the abusers to follow these barbaric tactics. International community must ensure that all the perpetrators, including the leadership, will be brought to justice. Accountability cannot be achieved without knowledge of the crimes. Regrettably, because of the discrimination and the stigma behind the survivors of sexual violence, a vast majority of them do not report rape and other forms of sexual violence, which it does not only contribute to the culture of impunity, but also prevents survivors of sexual violence from accessing medical care and legal support. Poland translates its word into actions. In case of Ukraine, we were one of the first states that have referred the situation in this country to the Office of the Prosecutor of the International Criminal Court. We will assist the ICC efforts to collect evidence of Russia's war crimes committed in Ukraine. Moreover, on 28 February, Polish National Public Prosecutor's Office initiated an investigation concerning the war of aggression against the sovereignty, territorial integrity, and the political independence of Ukraine. Furthermore, the Pilecki Institute, institution for research into crimes committed by totalitarian regimes that operates in Poland, has established the Rafał Lemklin Center for documenting Russian crimes in Ukraine. Its task is to collect and preserve evidence of war crimes, documenting and crimes against humanity committed in Ukraine, and to collect all and the record witness testimonies. Accountability for conflict-related sexual violence, prevention measures, and fight with impunity remain the priority issues of the Polish National Action Plan on Women, Peace and Security. Mr. Chair, to conclude, reports of indiscriminate killing of civilians, including women and children, as well as the cases of the sexual violence, represent the most horrific atrocities that have no place in the 21st century Europe. Yet they are still happening. If we want to avoid a vicious circle of powerlessness towards the deteriorating situation of women, girls, and men affected by the conflict-related sexual violence, we need to act urgently. It is our common obligation to make sure that those responsible for the barbaric atrocities are held accountable in accordance with the international law. To conclude, let me reiterate that Poland stands in solidarity with all survivors of sexual violence in conflict and urges for a greater support and empowerment for those affected in those crimes. And I thank you.
I thank the representative of Poland for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Portugal.
Mr. President, Portugal aligns itself with the statements delivered on behalf of the European Union and the group of Friends of Women, Peace and Security. Portugal welcomes the holding of this debate, particularly relevant given the disturbing reports of sexual and gender violence perpetrated by Russian forces and non-state actors in Ukraine. Our thoughts, once again, are with all persons victims of sexual violence in armed conflicts, which affects particularly women and girls. Mr. President, the Security Council has already adopted a comprehensive framework to address conflict-related sexual violence. The legal frameworks are in place. Now we must call on all states to use all instruments at their disposal to ensure its implementation, including by making conflict-related sexual violence a designation criterion in all relevant UN sanction regimes. The Security Council must ensure all the actors are held accountable for the crimes they commit, both at national and international level. The international criminal justice system, both the judicial and quasi-judicial institutions, must act in an integrated and coordinated approach to collect evidence and to set up and monitor criminal proceedings until their conclusion. The UN is most effective when it works in support of national efforts and towards reinforcing them. We can also bolster accountability efforts and increase compliance with international legal frameworks by assisting states to harmonize domestic laws with international standards. Providing support to justice systems, both military and civilian, has been key to success and is the best means of ensuring that the gains made so far can be sustained over the long term. Investing in justice for victims is also an investment in sustainable peace. Service delivery and material assistance cannot be dismissed as a secondary issue for security stakeholders. Meeting the basic needs of survivors and fragile communities is as a form of protection against exploitation and abuse. Mr. President, even more important than ensuring accountability of perpetrators is to prevent sexual violence from occurring. An investment on human rights and on human rights education and training, on the empowerment of all persons, and on women's full, equal, and meaningful participation and leadership at all levels in decision-making is a key investment on prevention of sexual violence. Partnerships with national security actors, for example, must be further strengthened. Training on sexual violence prevention should be included in security sector reform programs to build capacity for local security actors. We call upon all states to redouble efforts to prevent and combat sexual violence in conflict and to ensure that all perpetrators are brought to account. Thank you.
I'd like to thank the representative of Portugal for his statement. For speakers to come, I'd just like to issue a quick reminder to keep to 4 minutes if possible. We've got a lot of speakers to get through this afternoon. The flashing light on the collar of the microphone will remind you when 4 minutes is up. I now give the floor to the representative of Iran.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Mr. President, I thank you for organizing this open debate. I also thank the briefers for their briefings. Sexual violence is a heinous crime that is frequently used as a tactic of war and terrorism. In armed conflicts, sexual violence disproportionately affects women and girls, as well as people in vulnerable situations. Women and girls, unfortunately, are the main victims. The armed conflict also increases the rise of trafficking in person, which unfairly targets women and children fleeing war while being forcibly moved. During armed conflicts, international humanitarian law prohibits all forms of sexual abuse against women and establishes protection for civilians, including women and girls. In this regard, the 4 Geneva Conventions and their 2 additional protocols explicitly and implicitly condemn different forms of sexual violence as serious violations of humanitarian law in both international and internal conflicts. Furthermore, numerous UN resolutions have condemned sexual violence against women in conflicts and highlighted perpetrators' accountability. Therefore, it is necessary for all states and non-state parties to the conflict to fully comply with their obligations under applicable international law, including the prohibition of all forms of sexual violence. Preventing and combating this inhuman practice requires a collective effort. This, however, will not be successful until its root causes, namely the circumstances surrounding the occurrence of an armed conflict, are addressed. We believe that spelling an end to all armed conflicts is the most effective way to prevent such crimes. Unfortunately, as long as terrorism, violent extremism, foreign occupation, and foreign interference persist, such a solution will remain elusive. The main threats to female security in our volatile region, the Middle East, are foreign occupation, foreign invasion, and terrorism, which have no respect for women's rights or lives. The situation of Palestinian women and girls is a clear case in point. While every effort should be made to prevent conflicts, other measures to prevent and respond to sexual violence must also be taken. In addition, sexual violence perpetrated in the midst of a conflict should not be treated with impunity. It is critical that we concentrate our efforts on bringing such perpetrators to justice. The survivors' access to justice must also be ensured. Mr. President, the current situation in Afghanistan has had a severe impact on Afghan women's rights. According to the recent UN report, women and girls have been targeted as part of systematic and widespread violence amid a concerted campaign to limit their participation in public and political life. Afghan women must be given their political and social rights, such as the right to education, work, and political participation. We emphasize the importance of women's empowerment and the promotion of their involvement in conflict prevention and resolution. The achievement of this noble goal is a shared responsibility, and we stand ready to support any genuine international effort in that direction. To conclude, Mr. President, I would like to reiterate our principled position that the issues concerning women and girls should be dealt with by the General Assembly and other UN bodies, and that the Security Council should only address these issues if they are directly relevant to international peace and security. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Iran for her statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Lebanon.
Thank you, Mr. President. At the outset, we congratulate the United Kingdom on assuming the presidency of the Council for this month and for organizing this timely debate. We seize this opportunity to congratulate the United Arab Emirates on their successful presidency of the Council last month. We are very proud to see women ambassadors presiding over the Council for the 3 consecutive months. We also thank the briefers for their insightful remarks. Mr. President, we were delighted to listen to Nobel Peace Prize laureate Ms. Nadia Murad once again here at the Security Council. We salute her bravery and her courage to continue advocating for survivors of human trafficking and sexual violence, to ensure that she is the last girl in the world with a story like hers, as she puts it in her book, The Last Girl. Mr. President, women are still suffering sexual violence in conflicts all over the world, as we heard this morning from Special Representative Pramila Paran. Women cannot and should not anymore bear the brunt of conflicts. We still remember too well the unimaginable suffering of Yazidi women and girls who were subjected to all barbaric and inhumane treatment by ISIS, including rape, sexual violence, sexual slavery, and torture, to name few. Mr. President, unfortunately, such atrocities persist unabated. The latest report of the Secretary General on the theme confirms that sexual violence continued to be employed as a tactic of war, torture, and terrorism. However, these heinous crimes remain underreported, as in most cases, survivors are afraid to come forward and share their story. We need to ensure that survivors of sexual violence in conflicts are protected and that perpetrators of these crimes are brought to justice. Conflict-related sexual violence cannot anymore go unpunished. We welcome in this regard the General Assembly initiative led by Sierra Leone and Japan to adopt a resolution on international cooperation for access to justice, remedies, and assistance for survivors of sexual violence, and we look forward to engaging constructively in this process. Mr. President, we recognize that women and girls are disproportionately the victims of sexual violence and conflict. However, when addressing this issue, we should not exclude sexual violence perpetrated against men and boys. In their case, the stigma and shame is much more intense, and many victims and survivors choose to remain silent. Particular attention should also be given to women activists, women peace builders, women human rights defenders, and women journalists who are often specifically targeted, including through sexual violence and harassment. Mr. President, in his remark to the Peacebuilding Commission last month, Secretary General Antonio Guterres reaffirmed that the world is experiencing the highest number of violent conflicts since 1945, with 2 billion people, or a quarter of the world's population, now living in conflict-affected areas. The more conflicts persist and multiply, the more sexual violence in these settings will thrive. We need to address these phenomena and to work for justice and accountability. But the most important step to take is to shut the guns, put an end to conflicts, and above all, to deploy all efforts to prevent them before they erupt. Mr. President, women's bodies cannot be any more collateral damage. Women's bodies cannot be anymore used as a weapon of war. Women's bodies cannot be anymore turned into battlefields. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Lebanon for her statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Belgium.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. President, thank you very much for convening this important debate. Belgium aligns itself with the statement made by the European Union. Dear colleagues, the Secretary-General's report paints a bleak picture. We note an increase in the number of war crimes such as conflict-related sexual violence. Civilians are suffering terribly, and Belgium condemns this in the strongest possible terms. We are appalled by reports of sexual violence perpetrated by Russian troops in Ukraine and call upon Russia urgently to cease hostilities. We also strongly call for a comprehensive inquiry into presumed war crimes, including sexual violence crimes, and call upon all parties to participate in this and to fully cooperate. Although the overall situation is disastrous, there are some positive cases. 2 examples. In the Democratic Republic of Congo, while the prevalence of sexual violence, unfortunately, is still very worrisome, we do see some positive signs. This is because of the desire of the DRC government to promote and facilitate the fight against impunity. For example, the sentences handed down in the Kavumu case. In Mali, we commend the team of experts on the rule of law and MINUSMA for their support for national judicial authorities, well, the national judicial authorities, and civil society stakeholders. We call upon the government of Mali to provide quick support to ensure that legal proceedings move forward. I would like to lay out 5 priorities to speed up the implementation of the robust legal framework that we have to act in a preventative manner. Firstly, member states are primarily responsible for prosecuting the perpetrators of sexual violence. The UN must continue to invest in capacity building of national institutions. This can take place by developing legal frameworks, prosecution strategies, and by training police units and judges. Secondly, international criminal justice mechanisms play a key role in establishing responsibility. Belgium fully supports the work of the International Criminal Court to prosecute the perpetrators of SGBV. The UN also have supported in the past hybrid tribunals. Belgium supports the fact that sexual violence should be an autonomous designation criterion in sanction regimes, and urges the members of the Security Council to increase the list pursuant to this criterion. Thirdly, other forms of justice and reparations should be considered and they should be complementary. For example, the truth and reconciliation process and traditional forms of justice. These processes should take place by putting the rights and needs of survivors at the heart of concerns and whilst respecting international law. Fourthly, implementing a survivor-based approach involves a number of issues guaranteeing access to medical and obstetric care after a rape, including the right to have an abortion, ensuring that survivors can report crimes completely safely without stigmatization or harassment, guaranteeing legal, psychosocial and economic support, including reparations for or compensation for reintegrating victims, and ensure that services be available in rural areas, as well as adopting an intersectional approach. Fifthly, we want to underscore the key role played by civil society, and in particular women and children and girls, rights organisations and the rights of survivors organisations. Belgium contributes to the Multi-Partner Trust Fund to the tune of €500,000, including UN Action and the team of experts on the rule of law, to strengthen the response to CRSV and to support civil society. We can only bring an end to sexual violence and gender-based violence by protecting and promoting all fundamental rights of women and girls, by fostering gender equality and by guaranteeing the full, effective and equal participation of women. You can count on my country to continue to fight for these rights, both nationally and internationally. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Belgium for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Bulgaria.
Thank you. Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Bulgaria aligns itself with the statement by the European Union and the statement delivered by Canada on behalf of the Group of Friends of Women, Peace and Security. I would like to express our appreciation to the United Kingdom for the timely organization of this open debate, as well as to the briefers for their very sobering remarks. The focus on accountability as a form of prevention of sexual violence in conflict could not have been more appropriate. We are meeting against the backdrop of the unprovoked, illegal, and unjustified Russian aggression against Ukraine, and amongst all other horrors of that war, the reports on acts of sexual violence, including rapes perpetrated by Russian soldiers, are shocking and deeply disturbing. Due to the timing of the issuance of the Secretary General's report, it does not take into account the situation in Ukraine. The next one will most certainly address it, though, as horrific testimonies of sexual violence are now being heard almost on a daily basis. Bulgaria joined the statement presented by the US at the closing of the 66th session of the Commission on the Status of Women regarding the critical situation of women and girls in Ukraine as a result of the Russian aggression. Moreover, as a co-chair of the Group of Friends of Children and the SDGs, Bulgaria, together with other countries, presented a joint statement on the situation of children in Ukraine. It is appalling that there are reports on children being subjected to sexual violence. Judging by the number of reports, we should not exclude that sexual violence could be used as a tactic of war. This is why we need to ensure independent investigations on the ground. Ukraine is not an isolated case. It is just the most recent one. Therefore, we need urgent action to break the vicious cycle of sexual violence globally. This should start by cessation of hostilities and compliance with all relevant UN Security Council resolutions on conflict-related sexual violence, while providing unimpeded access for humanitarian aid and human rights observers. As a firm proponent of the survivor-centered approach, Bulgaria considers that survivors with their specific needs should be at the core of our response, including by ensuring their sexual and reproductive health and rights and access to legal and psychological support. Furthermore, firm action against reprisals towards civil society organizations, as well as mediators, peace builders, journalists, politicians, humanitarian workers, should be taken, as they provide critical assistance to survivors. It is imperative to enhance accountability of what is perceived the cheapest weapon of war, and in this regard, Bulgaria supports national justice and international criminal court referrals of situations in which crimes of sexual violence, as defined in its statute, appear to have been committed. We reiterate the importance of the recommendation in the report of the Secretary General to ensure sexual violence is incorporated as a standalone designation criterion for targeted sanctions, as well as to giving due consideration to the early warning systems. In conclusion, Bulgaria recognizes that gender inequalities exacerbate conflict-related sexual violence and acknowledges that prevention starts by addressing the root causes. Member states need to achieve gender equality and realize women's full enjoyment of human rights while also ensuring women's full and equal participation. Bulgaria remains committed to the Women, Peace and Security agenda, also through the implementation of its National Action Plan for the period 2020 to 2025. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Bulgaria for her statement. I give the floor to the representative of Italy.
Thank you very much. Mr. President, Italy aligns itself with the statement submitted by the European Union, the group of friends of WPS, and to be delivered by the UN LGBTI core group, and would like to add a few remarks in a national capacity. The protection and promotion of women and girls' rights and the fight against all forms of sexual and gender-based violence, both in times of peace and armed conflict, is a long-standing commitment of Italy. We staunchly support the mandate of the CRSV pattern and the work of the team of experts on the rule of law and sexual violence in conflict, through our pledge in favor of the related multi-partner trust fund. The latest Secretary General's report portrays a bleak picture of the current situation. In different parts of the world, state and non-state actors still use sexual violence as a tactic of war, torture, and terrorism. We are also particularly concerned by the increase in incidents of rape and other forms of sexual violence against children in 2021, based on the data collected by the monitoring and reporting mechanism, with growing instances of girls affected by the violation. I take this opportunity to reiterate Italy's firm condemnation of the unjustified aggression by the Russian Federation against Ukraine and our full support to Ukraine and its people. We are deeply concerned by the repeated attacks on civilians, including women and children, and by the testimonies and reports of conflict-related sexual violence against women and girls, including rapes perpetrated by the Russian armed forces. Conflict-related sexual and gender-based violence, including rapes, are heinous violations of human rights and war crimes. We must spare no efforts to prevent and combat these brutal forms of violence, support survivors, and bring perpetrators to justice. Let me outline Italy's 5 priorities. First, prevention of widespread and systematic sexual violence begins in times of peace through the adoption of national laws that should be robust enough so as to prevent abuses and violations in wartime. There exists a solid international framework that needs to be implemented. Second, we need a strong paradigm shift to uphold the culture of gender equality, fully promote women's empowerment, and the equal, full, and meaningful participation in decision-making processes. Female leadership opportunities are essential to both prevention and reconciliation at the national and international level, involving women and grassroots civil society organizations. Third, in line with the UN Security Council Resolution 2467, we need survivor-centric approaches to prioritize the rights and needs of victims of sexual and gender-based violence. Fourth, UN peacekeeping missions play a crucial role in preventing and combating conflict-related sexual violence within their mandate to protect civilians. To this end, over the last years, Italy has been providing troops with training on gender issues and has been promoting a stronger women presence in peacekeepers' ranks. Fifth, the international community should fight against impunity and hold the perpetrators of CRSV accountable. To this end, we need to assist conflict-torn countries and guide them in reforming their judicial systems by strengthening the rule of law and their accountability mechanism. Mr. President, let me conclude by reaffirming Italy's strong commitment to the prevention and tackling of sexual violence in conflicts. We will continue to support the work of the Secretary General and that of his Special Representative in order to pursue better and increasingly tangible results in this field. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Italy for his statement. I give the floor to the representative of Liechtenstein.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Despite a robust legal framework, including respective Security Council resolutions, sexual violence continues to occur in many conflicts, often in a systematic manner. The latest shocking examples are the mounting reports of sexual violence in apparent use as a weapon of warfare in Ukraine, one of numerous aspects of systematic violations of international humanitarian law resulting from the Russian aggression. The ongoing reports of rape and abduction in Ethiopia and Myanmar continue to be very alarming. All 3 situations require the urgent attention of the respective commissions of inquiry and accountability mechanism established by the Human Rights Council. And in the case of Ukraine, we will be looking for expeditious investigations by the International Criminal Court. We remain concerned about sexual and gender-based violence against women and girls, men and boys, as well as LGBTI persons, which is used as a weapon of war to attack civilian populations and to break societies, communities, and families, as also documented by the All Survivors Project in Afghanistan and Syria, among others. These acts are not only morally repugnant, they are categorically prohibited under international humanitarian and human rights law. They constitute war crimes and may amount to crimes against humanity and genocide. Concrete, time-bound preventive measures, as explicitly outlined in Security Council resolutions 21.6 and 24.67, are necessary to bring an end to conflict-related sexual violence, and we reiterate our call on the Council to include conflict-related sexual violence as a designation criterion in target sanctions regimes. Mr. President, accountability is indeed key to addressing conflict-related sexual violence. International criminal justice mechanisms have significantly advanced our efforts to fight impunity. In 1998, the International Criminal Tribunal for Rwanda broke new ground when it found in the Akaizu case that rape and sexual assault constitutes an act of genocide. The Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court has played a pioneering role in establishing a comprehensive and victim-centered framework to expansively and efficiently respond to conflict-related sexual violence crimes. For the first time in history, it firmly established conflict-related sexual and gender-based violence as crimes against humanity and war crimes. We commend the Office of the Prosecutor for including charges related to sexual and gender-based crimes in many of their cases and for prioritizing these crimes as a matter of policy. The ICC's judgment against Dominique Ongwen succeeded in painting a comprehensive picture of sexual and gender-based crimes suffered by victims and constitutes important precedent for future cases. Where the ICC does not have jurisdiction, we must look for other options. In the case of Syria, the IIIM supports prosecutions for the most serious crimes under international law, offering a path toward justice for the crimes committed, including sexual violence. Its terms of reference note the need for dedicated expertise on sexual violence, and we look forward to the publication of the IIIM's gender strategy and implementation plan in the coming months. Mr. President, armed conflicts and related displacement result in increased vulnerability and heightened risk of human trafficking, including for the purpose of sexual exploitation. Our collective fight against human trafficking must include leveraging the crucial role played by the financial sector in ending these crimes, as also called for in Security Council Resolution 2331. The Liechtenstein Initiative on Finance Against Slavery and Trafficking, or FAST for short, engages the financial sector to tackle these crimes and emphasizes the role of financial inclusion and economic empowerment as a major means to prevent vulnerability in the first place. Among many other activities, it has undertaken activities with respect to the risk of human trafficking as a result of the massive refugee flows in Ukraine, both in the area of prevention and of financial inclusion of the Ukrainian people who have come to our country as refugees due to the Russian aggression. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Liechtenstein for her statement. I give the floor to the representative of Germany.
Thank you, Mr. President. And at the outset, I would like to thank the United Kingdom and for hosting this debate, and the Special Representative of the Secretary General on Sexual Violence and Conflict, Ms. Nadia Murad, Ms. Mariana Kakutli, as well as Ms. Hiliana Behanu for their important contributions. The increase in conflict-related sexual violence illustrated by the Secretary General's most recent report is alarming. We are appalled by reports of sexual and gender-based violence against women and children in Ukraine, committed by the Russian armed forces and mercenaries. The pictures and accounts from Bucha are shocking. Egregious crimes have been committed. Germany stands in solidarity with all Ukrainians, including women and girls in all their diversity, affected by Russia's unprovoked war of aggression in Ukraine. In Afghanistan, women and young girls are subjected to forced marriages and sexual and gender-based violence on a daily basis, while impunity prevents survivors from their access to justice and to support services, since specialized courts on violence against women were closed. In Myanmar, widespread and systematic violence has emerged since the military takeover, with excessive force, including sexual and gender-based violence against protesters, journalists, activists, women peace builders, and women in leadership. The numerous displaced women and girls from Syria faced heightened risk of sexual and gender-based violence, as well as forced and early marriage. The group of eminent experts in Geneva has documented in its reports atrocious accounts of cases of sexual violence against Yemeni women, children, and men, and this important documentation is no longer being carried out because the GEE mandate was not renewed last year. We must hold all the perpetrators of these crimes and others accountable. Committed to advancing accountability in general, Germany has taken over as co-chair of the State and Donor Working Group of the Call to Action to End Gender-Based Violence in Emergencies. At the national level, a higher regional court in Koblenz convicted the former official of the Syrian General Intelligence Service for crimes against humanity, including acts of sexual violence committed in 2011 and 2012. Last week, the German foreign minister announced to dedicate €1 million additionally in funding to the International Criminal Court for the investigation of Russian war crimes in Ukraine. We must protect and enable organizations defending international humanitarian law and human rights law and ensuring accountability for violations thereof. A survivor-centered approach is essential to prevent and respond to conflict-related sexual violence. 3 years after the adoption of Security Council Resolution 2467 put forward by Germany, we are concerned about its slow implementation. The international community must strengthen survivors' rights and improve their access to justice, sexual and reproductive health services, rehabilitation, reparations, and reintegration. In 2021, German humanitarian assistance funded projects with vital gender-based violence components totaling an amount of more than $80 million. This made Germany the largest donor of the Oslo Pledging Conference. Germany is also the largest donor for ICRC's Special Appeal on Sexual and Gender-Based Violence. This year, German humanitarian assistance has launched a new project with UN Women to strengthen sexual and gender-based violence measures in humanitarian response plans. Mr. President, there cannot be any effective measures against conflict-related sexual violence without real gender equality, the protection and promotion of human rights, and women and girls' full, equal, and meaningful participation and leadership at all levels of decision-making. Germany will pursue its strong commitment to all of these aspects, including in the framework of its feminist foreign policy, and hopes to be able to count on the support of many other partners here in this important endeavor. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Germany for her statement. I give the floor to the representative of Denmark.
Mr. President, I'm pleased to deliver this statement on behalf of the Nordic countries, Finland, Iceland, Norway, Sweden, and of course my own country, Denmark. Let me begin by thanking the briefers, SRSG Pramila Patton, Ms. Nadia Murad, Ms. Helena Berhanu, and Ms. Mariana Kakutli for your sobering updates here today, and more importantly, for your crucially important work in addressing conflict-related sexual violence. Conflict-related sexual violence is a horrifying reality. It is widely used to deliberately target civilian populations to inflict long-term trauma, dehumanize and humiliate, and to fracture families and the social fabric of communities. As documented by the Secretary General's report, conflict-related sexual violence is a violation that cuts across many geographies. To name just a few contexts of concern, reports show that women and girls have been targeted in Afghanistan through systematic and widespread sexual and gender-based violence. In northern Ethiopia, it is well documented that sexual and gender-based violence, rape, and sexual torture have been used by both sides of the conflict as systematic weapons of war on a horrific scale. In Ukraine, initial accounts of sexual and gender-based violence perpetrated by Russian soldiers are extremely alarming. And the current large-scale displacement in Ukraine is heightening the risk of human trafficking, sexual exploitation, and abuse for women, children, and LGBTQI persons in particular. The Nordics cannot accept impunity for these horrific acts. And to ensure accountability for conflict-related sexual violence, we need to do the following. First, sexual and gender-based violence must be incorporated as a standalone designation criterion for targeted sanctions by the Security Council. Second, as also pointed out by the Secretary General, we need to enhance coherence between the practice of listing and the designation of parties for the imposition of targeted and graduated measures. The low levels of compliance with the framework on conflict-related sexual violence put in place by the Security Council since 2008 is simply not acceptable. An alarming 70% of the parties listed in the Secretary General's report are persistent perpetrators and have appeared on the Secretary General's list for 5 or more years now. Third, to ensure better accountability for conflict-related sexual violence, we must focus on both state and non-state actors. State parties are often not scrutinized enough, and similarly, among non-state actors, we see a lack of focus on the role of private military and security actors, including the Wagner Group. We would like to encourage the United Nations to contribute to shedding light on the role of state parties as well as private military and security actors with regard to conflict-related sexual violence and the possibility of adding those to the Secretary General's list. Fourth, we call on the UN and member states to support investigations and prosecutions of conflict-related sexual violence and to ensure the safe participation of survivors and witnesses in judicial processes. Accountability, compliance, and reparations can only be ensured through the adoption of strong national legal and policy frameworks on sexual and gender-based violence and remedies for survivors. And fifth, the Security Council must reflect prevention and response to conflict-related sexual violence in mandates for renewal of peace operations. We also call for further deployment of women's and children's protection advisors to both UN peace operations and offices of UN resident and humanitarian coordinators in relevant contexts. We note that they play a key role in reporting on and addressing conflict-related sexual violence in the field. We already have the required normative and legal framework to address conflict-related sexual violence and other forms of violence committed against civilians in armed conflicts, including women and children. What is urgently needed now is accelerated implementation of the existing legal and normative framework, which requires substantial political will as well as funding. Mr. President, and Madam President, an increased focus on protection cannot come at the expense of the promotion of women's full, equal, and meaningful participation. We need to promote participation, protection, and prevention simultaneously. Intervention must take a survivor-centered approach and include survivors' access to basic health services and rights, including sexual and reproductive health and rights services, mental health and psychosocial support, efforts to prevent child marriages, and access to justice. Intervention must build on and further strengthen partnerships with women-led and women-focused, as well as LGBTQI organizations, including through capacity strengthening and sufficient rapid and flexible funding and co-funding. The Nordics will continue to work to end impunity and ensure accountability for all acts of conflict-related sexual violence in collaboration with all partners, including civil society and women-led organizations. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Denmark for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of the Czech Republic.
Well, Madam President, colleagues, the Czech Republic aligns itself with the statements delivered by the European Union and the group of Friends of Women, Peace and Security. And I would like to add a few remarks in my national capacity. First and foremost, I would like to join others in thanking the United Kingdom for bringing this important debate to the Security Council. Accountability for conflict-related sexual violence and its prevention calls for continuous attention of this Council. Every year, there are thousands and thousands of victims of conflict-related sexual violence, most of them being women and girls. These sexual violence crimes, in a sickening way, only add to the anguish and suffering inflicted by armed conflicts and humanitarian crises in Afghanistan, the DRC, Ethiopia, Iraq, South Sudan, Syria, and most recently in Ukraine. We are deeply concerned about all cases of sexual and gender-based violence, human trafficking, sexual exploitation, and abuse. Discrimination against women and girls in all their diversity only becomes worse in armed conflicts. Moreover, all forms of violence further undermine full, equal, and meaningful participation of all women and girls in political, social, economic, and peace-building processes. Perpetrators of conflict-related sexual violence often remain unidentified. Justice for the victims is thus rarely achieved. They only seldom have access to the necessary social and health services, including sexual and reproductive health services. This needs to change. Efforts to strengthen prevention and accountability must be accelerated. We must end the culture of impunity. We have the international framework for that, and the time for its implementation is long overdue. Following the outbreak of war in Ukraine, the situation in the country raises particular concerns with respect to what we are discussing here today. We once again call on Russia to end its military aggression, withdraw all its forces from the entire territory of Ukraine, and stop violating international humanitarian and human rights law. We have been witnessing brutal sexual and gender-based attacks on women and girls systematically perpetrated by the Russian armed forces in Ukraine. Rape and other forms of sexual violence are used as part of Russian tactics to intimidate civilian population and protesters, punish and deter NGOs, journalists, and media workers. Moreover, there are reports about cases of rape and sexual violence as if becoming some perverse form of entertainment for the members of the Russian armed forces in Ukraine. The Russian Federation must be held accountable for these and other unacceptable breaches of the UN Charter and international law. All crimes, including the widespread use of sexual violence by Russia in Ukraine, must be properly investigated and brought to justice. Madam President, let me stress that all perpetrators of conflict-related sexual violence everywhere in the world must be held accountable. Ensuring prevention and justice for victims and a zero-tolerance policy is the only way for ending conflict-related sexual violence. Thank you.
I thank the representative of the Czech Republic for their statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Maldives.
Thank you, Madam President, for convening the annual debate on conflict-related sexual violence under the agenda item Women, Peace and Security. I would also like to extend my appreciation to Secretary General for his report and to the briefers for their invaluable insights. Madam President, we are currently living in a world marred by multiple conflicts and humanitarian crises. We continue to be alarmed by reports of conflict-related sexual violence and its prevalence in conflict areas around the world. It is incumbent that the perpetrators of these heinous crimes are brought to justice. To use sexual violence as a weapon to terrorize vulnerable populations and violate their dignity and the most basic rights is grotesque and outrageous. In this regard, the Maldives recalls the Resolution 1325, which compels all parties to the conflict, including non-state parties, to take special measures to protect women and girls from gender-based violence, particularly rape and all forms of sexual violence. The perpetrators of these crimes, regardless of the conflict, on which side of the conflict they fought, or whether the conflict is still active or is in a post-conflict situation, must be held accountable for their actions and brought to justice. We encourage all investigations and prosecutions to be full, fair, and centered on justice for the victims. Madam President, as a peace-loving nation, Maldives welcomes the Secretary General's recommendation that the women's inclusion and participation in leadership roles in political, peacekeeping, security, and rule of law institutions are fundamental to our efforts to build a durable and peaceful society. In this regard, we have implemented various policies, including a zero-tolerance policy towards all forms of gender-based violence, and have enacted the Prohibition of Sexual Harassment and Abuse Act, the Sexual Offences Act, and Domestic Violence Prevention Act. We have also enacted a Social Protection Act to raise awareness and create the fundamental necessary conditions for the protection of all women and girls. Madam President, the Secretary General's report is a stark reminder of the tremendous amount of work that remains to be completed to eliminate the abhorrent crimes of sexual violence. We must commit to implementing a survivor-centered approach to preventing and responding to sexual violence in conflict and post-conflict situations, and address sexual violence and work to eliminate it at its root cause. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Maldives for her statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Ecuador.
Presidenta.
Thank you, Madam President. I congratulate the United Kingdom for organizing this timely open debate and for the way in which it has led the work of the Council since the beginning of this month of April. I am grateful for the comprehensive, courageous information the briefers provided this morning, evidencing an unacceptable situation. The report of the Secretary General, focused on recent history and going back to the 1990s, reflects patterns of violence and of cruelty that are on the increase. Conflicts have some common denominators, and unfortunately, reports show that sexual violence is one of them. For this reason, we condemn all acts of armed aggression and occupation because they open the door to torture and brutality. Ecuador rejects sexual violence in any context, either in a conflict or after a conflict, and wherever it may happen. Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria, Ukraine, or anywhere else in the world. Ecuador believes that it makes no sense for us to call ourselves a civilization on the one hand, while on the other, we continue seeing barbaric acts such as sexual violence as a tactic of war. The Council must promote effective mechanisms to prevent sexual violence, and as reflected in the topic of this debate, an effective way of deterring such acts is responsibility, accountability, zero tolerance, and non-impunity for those who commit these acts, as well as those who encourage and conceal them. Ecuador agrees with Report S/2022/77 of the Secretary General, and we draw particular attention to paragraph 27, which mentions the need for an interconnected, interdependent enforcement of legal and non-judicial measures in accordance with international norms and in coordination with political and peace processes. Yesterday, I attended the briefing of the Security Council on Colombia in this chamber, and I take this opportunity to acknowledge the efforts of that neighboring country in implementing the peace agreements. And this leads me to recall how, in the same report of the Secretary General, some practices of sexual violence by armed groups were mentioned, as was the case for the FARC-EP, including with its own members. Local justice, as well as regional and international justice, is key to deter sexual violence, but it is not limited to sentencing those responsible. It must also be supported by improved legal and health services with a gender perspective. President, my delegation follows with a deep concern the briefing of the Security Council of April 11, particularly the increasing reports of sexual violence and trafficking of women and girls in the context of mass displacement as a consequence of the military aggression and the invasion of Ukraine, which Ecuador once again condemns. Thank you.
Statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Malaysia.
Thank you, Madam President, for convening this open debate. I would also like to thank the SRSG and other briefers for their valuable remarks on the subject. Malaysia remains deeply concerned of the heightened risk of sexual violence against civilians, particularly on women and children in conflict. The Secretary General's report last year revealed disturbing facts that a number of parties to the armed conflict continue to use sexual violence as a cruel tactic of war terror, and political repression in order to advance their strategic objectives. This heinous crime must stop. Madam President, Malaysia continues to support and underscores the importance of addressing sexual violence in conflict and post-conflict situation in an integrated and holistic manner by all stakeholders, including states, the UN system, and civil society. In this connection, Malaysia is pleased that the recent CSW conclusions contain vital language emphasizing the need to address sexual and gender-based violence both during and in the aftermath of conflict, including by adopting preventive approaches, taking into account the needs and perspectives of victims and survivors. Moving ahead, we need to ensure accountability, including through effective prevention and protection mechanisms. In addition, measures to prevent and address sexual violence should be strategically aligned with efforts to prevent violent extremisms. In this connection, I wish to highlight the following points. First, it is incumbent on states to introduce or strengthen legislation and judicial processes to document, investigate, and prosecute sexual violence in conflict and post-conflict situations. Malaysia views accountability as a duty under both domestic and international law. In that regard, national systems should be pushed to meet international standards for ensuring accountability and justice so that perpetrators of such crimes will never go unpunished. Assistance to survivors, such as psychological support and access to justice, must also be prioritized. We also call for provisions on sexual violence in conflict to be integrated into all peace processes, negotiations, and agreements. Second, we see merits in broadening networking and coordination between the Council and the Human Rights Council towards ensuring accountability for human rights violations, including sexual assault and violence against women and children. Third, prevention efforts would not succeed without women's inclusive participation. Participation also matters for protection and is key to peacekeeping and peace building. Women's participation in security framework can advance citizens' trust in the institutions and contribute towards improving intelligence gathering, reporting of gender-based violence, and treatment of victims, witnesses, and suspects. At the same time, we need to end the harassment and reprisal targeting women in peace and security processes. Madam President, Malaysia remains committed to the WPS agenda and the collective efforts to combat sexual violence in conflict, including through the UN peacekeeping operations. Since 2014, the Malaysian Peacekeeping Center has continued to teach courses on gender as well as the role of women in peacekeeping missions, such as maintaining a gender advisor, comprehensive protection of civilians, sexual exploitation and abuse, WPS, gender mainstreaming, and preventing sexual violence initiative. These programs have benefited over 900 military and civilian personnel, including 190 foreign participants, and nine Malaysian battalion contingents to UNIFIL. Malaysia is also a signatory to the Voluntary Compact, signifying our strong commitment to address sexual exploitation and abuse comprehensively and effectively. Madam President, it is more crucial than ever to address the persistent impunity and a vacuum of justice and accountability for sexual violence in conflict. Let me conclude by stressing the importance of the Security Council to urgently work with relevant stakeholders and partners in our collective efforts to strengthen the protection of civilians, including women and children in conflict situations. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative of Malaysia for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Spain.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Spain aligns itself with the statements of the European Union, the Group of Friends of Women, Peace and Security, and the LGBTI Core Group of the United Nations. We note the report of the Secretary General of the United Nations, and we endorse its content. Spain will continue supporting the mandate of the Special Rapporteur of the United Nations on Sexual Violence and Conflict, Pramila Patten. Madam President, we continue to see how in contexts affected by armed conflicts, Afghanistan, Ethiopia, Libya, Mali, Myanmar, the Central African Republic, Syria, Yemen, or Ukraine, the flagrant use of rape as a weapon of war has once again become evident. There continues to be a need to make conflict-related sexual violence visible. Almost 15 years have passed since Resolution 1820 of the Security Council of the United Nations identified conflict-related sexual violence as a problem for peace and security in itself. The 3 later resolutions focus on this human rights violation, and this open debate shows how much remains to be done and the urgent need to find ways to prevent and report an increasingly used tactic of war shielded in impunity. Accountability as a preventive and reactive measure must become an effective tool to fight impunity, the impunity with which state and non-state actors commit these crimes against humanity. Madam President, Spain believes it is a priority to incorporate sexual violence as an independent criterion for the United Nations to impose selective sanctions, as well as to deploy protection advisors to prevent sexual violence in all conflict situations and provide early warning. The full, equal, and significant participation of women in every society, as well as gender equality and the promotion of human rights, are the pillars of all prevention strategies, as the fight against sexual violence goes hand in hand with the dismantling of the patterns of inequality and gender discrimination that go before the outbreak of any armed conflict. The stigma associated to sexual violence and its effects on victims must also be made visible. The lack of robust institutions in countries in conflict leads to major weaknesses in the protection mechanisms and public networks for victims of sexual violence, the inability to handle their reports and protect the victims, and major obstacles for the effective investigation and prosecution of these crimes. For this reason, Spain gives great importance to supporting civil society institutions, particularly women's organizations. Their role is vital to disseminate information on prevention, protection, and access to services, to care for women and girls who are survivors of sexual violence, and to gather evidence to fight impunity and demand accountability. With regard to Ukraine, we call for Russia to immediately cease its military aggression, withdraw all its troops from the entire territory of Ukraine, and respect its sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity as called for by the General Assembly of the United Nations in Resolution A/ES 11/1 of March 2nd. In the strongest possible terms, we condemn the crimes committed in Bucha and all the cases of sexual violence that are coming to light in the war forced upon Ukraine by the Russian Federation, no matter who the perpetrators may be. We wish to stress the urgent need to send experts with gender training to investigate the cases of sexual violence that are taking place in Ukraine, as well as the need to create safe environments in the transit and destination countries to prevent trafficking in women, girls, and boys fleeing from the war and to protect the victims. It is essential for Spain to support the implementation of the Safe Schools Declaration. We call on all parties to the conflict to prevent sexual and gender violence that takes place on the way to and from schools and educational centers. Lastly, although Afghanistan is no longer at war, we wish to take this opportunity to denounce the gender apartheid which Afghan women and girls continue to suffer from, and we to continue expressing our support and solidarity. Madam President, Spain incorporates the fight against sexual violence as a priority of its feminist foreign policy, making gender equality and the rights of all women and girls a central goal in all its actions. We hope to contribute with our actions to this important task. Thank you very much, Madam.
I thank the representative of Spain for her statement. As we still have a large number of speakers inscribed, I would like once again to remind all speakers to keep their statements to no more than 4 minutes. Thank you. I now give the floor to the representative of Slovakia.
Thank you very much, Madam President. First of all, let me express our special thanks to you for organizing this important meeting and wish the UK presidency of the Security Council this month every success. We are proud of your presidency conduct so far, and we wish you the very best. My delegation aligns itself with the statement which was already delivered by the distinguished representative of the European Union, and also the statement on behalf of the group of Friends of Women, Peace and Security. This debate with focus on accountability as prevention is really crucial. We consider important to increase our joint efforts to end the heinous practice of sexual violence in conflict, also through empowerment, gender equality, and access to justice. It is crucial that the Security Council continues to address various aspects of conflicts within the framework of thematic debates, such as this one. Today's debate also contributes to a systematic advancement of the Women, Peace and Security agenda in the work and the decision-making of this Council. Let me thank Special Representative on Sexual Violence in Conflict, Ms. Pramila Patten, Nobel Peace Prize laureate, Ms. Nadia Murad, and other briefers for their insightful presentations that we have received. Slovakia considers prevention to be the cornerstone of the UN efforts aimed at peace building and sustaining peace. The WP's agenda, together with the goals of inclusivity and gender equality, definitely fits into the broader prevention agenda of the Secretary General. Women, Peace and Security is also instrumental in the achievement of the SDGs, in particular SDG 5 and SDG 16, that recognize gender equality as well as peace, justice, and strong institutions as global development priorities. As co-chair of the Group of Friends of Security Sector Reform, Slovakia wishes to recall also Resolution 2151 on SSR, which underscores the importance of women's equal, meaningful, and effective participation and full involvement in the security sector in order to build inclusive, accountable, and legitimate institutions that more effectively protect populations and promote lasting peace and sustainable development. Gender-sensitive security sector reform is key to developing security sector institutions that are non-discriminatory, representative of the population, and capable of effectively responding to the specific security needs of diverse groups, and so playing a crucial role in prevention. Reforming to security sector, as we see in many conflict contexts, must also include the reform of recruitment processes and improvement in the delivery of security services to address and prevent sexual and gender-based violence. I would like to thank the Secretary General for his recent report on conflict-related sexual violence and commend his commitment and leadership related not only to the WPS agenda, but also to his efforts in implementing a zero-tolerance policy with regard to sexual exploitation and abuse. On the other hand, we are deeply concerned by the report's output that the year 2021 was marked by continuing recourse to military rather than diplomatic and political means, which led to displacement on a significant scale, exposing civilians to heightened level of sexual violence. The report likewise clearly states that rising inequality, increased militarization, reduced civic space, and the illicit flow of small arms and light weapons also contributed, among other factors, to fueling widespread and systematic conflict-related sexual violence, even in the midst of a global pandemic, which is particularly disturbing. Slovakia fully supports the approach of the Secretary General based on prioritizing the rights and dignity of survivors. Intrinsic part of such dignity lies in holding perpetrators accountable. That's absolutely crucial. Various UN Security Council resolutions recognize that sexual violence can itself constitute war crimes or crimes against humanity. Unfortunately, most of these acts continue to escape justice. Member states have to continue working closely with the UN in order to combat impunity for all and any such crimes. Security Council should closely consider referrals to the International Criminal Court when gender-based violence and gender-based crimes are committed. The primary responsibility, though, for securing these crimes lies with states, which should adopt sufficiently robust national criminal legislations as the best means of protection. Last but not least, we deplore in strongest terms the ongoing, unjustified, and unprovoked Russian aggression against Ukraine in a blatant violation of international law and principles of the UN Charter. The images the world has recently seen have reached the bottom of living hell following the Russian decision to start this senseless war. Acts of sexual violence perpetrated by the Russian forces, including gang rapes, rapes in front of children, and other similar practices, are among the most hideous violations of international humanitarian law and laws of armed conflict. We call on the Russian authorities to take immediate, effective measures to stop such inhuman and brutal practices and bring the perpetrators to justice, rather than continuously coming up with lies, cover-up stories, and excuses. And let me say my last sentence in Russian, language that I learned for many years, that I used to teach, and therefore I speak it quite well. Позвольте мне быть...
I would like to be entirely clear. This is unforgivable behavior given any circumstances, and there's no impunity for such crimes for no one. That should be crystal clear to everyone and in all situations where we find ourselves.
I thank the representative of Slovakia for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Iraq.
السيدة الرئيسة بداية يتقدم وفد بلادي بعبارة.
Madam President, first and foremost, my delegation would congratulate the United Kingdom for its accession to the presidency of the Council this month. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome Ms. Nadia Murad. She was here with us this morning. I commend her courage. She is the voice of many survivors, not just in Iraq, but throughout the world. I would like to thank Ms. Pramila Patten, the Special Representative of the Secretary General. I would like to thank all those who gave us briefings this morning from civil society. During the period 2014-2017, the entire world saw the worst crimes perpetrated by Daesh against the Iraqi people. Decapitations, sexual slavery of women and girls, forced marriage, the destruction of religious heritage, disdain for the very principles of human rights and human dignity. These crimes can constitute genocide and crimes of humanity. Today, given this terrible situation, Iraq is sparing no effort to promote peace and to bring justice to the victims and to provide reparations and compensation to the survivors pursuant to our national legislation and our international commitments. Madam President, the Iraqi Parliament has adopted in March the law on Yazidi survivors. This is the first law to offer compensation to survivors, including women and girls who were rendered slaves. They were in slave markets. They were forced to change their religion. They were forced to get married. They fell pregnant and they were forcibly aborted. This law also stipulates that abducted persons will be looked for. A general directorate for survivors' affairs, pursuant to the law, has been set up. This is the main body to implement the law. The law explicitly states that crimes perpetrated by Daesh are crimes of genocide and crimes against humanity. No general amnesty or specific amnesty can be granted to the perpetrators of the crimes of abduction. The Council of Ministers, furthermore, has adopted legislation to implement the law that I've just mentioned, in order to take into consideration survivors' needs, in order to listen to their opinions, and in order to promote peaceful coexistence and reject violence. The Council of Ministers is planning to open medical centres to provide psychosocial services, and paragraph 6 of the law underscores that any requests presented by survivors are completely confidential. So requests can be submitted to the Directorate. The Directorate is planning to set up an online platform to receive the requests in e-formats. Regarding the idea of a special envoy, we do believe that the UN is sufficiently represented in Iraq by the mission. The UN mission provides political advice and humanitarian and other forms of assistance. The federal government in Baghdad and the Kurdistan regional government have very serious bodies that look into Iraqi cooperation to combat the remaining Daesh cells. Madam President, Daesh persons are being brought before Iraqi courts to answer for their crimes to the Iraqi people. This underscores Iraq's commitment to ensure accountability and to ensure justice for the victims. We are sparing no effort to strengthen the capacity of our judicial system in line with our international commitments. We are going to receive evidence that has been gathered by the UNITAD inquiry team or investigation team to use in a special tribunal. This is all part of the same approach that we have to combat Daesh's crimes, in particular because the Iraqi parliament has finished its first reading of a draft law on this. We are therefore going to use this evidence presented by UNITAD. Madam, in conclusion, the Directorate, with support of civil society, is going to continue to play its role in order to support survivors of sexual violence and to stop stigmatization linked to the terrible scars inflicted upon them. Awareness-raising campaigns have been started for survivors, and also compensation mechanisms have been set up for Yazidi survivors. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Iraq for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Georgia.
Thank you, Madam President. I wish to extend our appreciation to the UK presidency for convening today's debate. We thank the briefers for their comprehensive, insightful, and powerful presentations. Georgia aligns itself with the statement delivered by the European Union, and I would like to make some additional comments in my national capacity. Today, we are speaking about cruel tactic of war and horrific crime, sexual violence in conflict, which is alarmingly widespread in conflicts and military confrontations worldwide. Impunity for those crimes still prevails, and justice has yet to be served for the victims and survivors. International community can and must do more to investigate, prosecute, and hold perpetrators accountable. This is vital for the future prevention of such heinous crimes. In this regard, let me reiterate our full support and solidarity to Ukraine. Georgia strongly condemns Russia's unjustified and unprovoked full-scale military aggression against its sovereign neighbor, which brings devastating humanitarian consequences and immense suffering to Ukrainians. Women and children are particularly vulnerable. They have fallen victim of attacks on civilians and civilian infrastructure, including on maternity hospitals and other healthcare facilities, schools, and shelters. Equally disturbing are reports about Russian forces perpetrating sexual violence and rape as a weapon of war against women and girls. In this regard, we once again stress the urgency of prompt and impartial investigation into all alleged violations of international humanitarian law and related crimes. As I have mentioned, ensuring accountability for perpetrators and justice for survivors is key for the prevention and deterrence of future violence of this nature. Excellencies, the adoption of the UN Security Council resolutions on women, peace, and security paves the way for states to establish a firm normative framework to address the conflict-related sexual violence as an issue of peace and security. Georgia pays particular attention to these resolutions and has been carrying out its national action plans for their implementation since 2012. Promotion of women's rights and gender equality, including in the military, is a high priority for Georgia. Ministry of Defense developed gender equality strategy, which establishes conditions to promote equal rights and opportunities for men and women, prevent and eradicate all forms of discrimination, counter gender violence, and eliminate the misconduct, sexual harassment, and physical and psychological mistreatment. Georgia exerts every effort to build capacity of peacekeeping personnel to prevent and respond to sexual and gender-based violence, both in conflict and post-conflict situations. Peacekeeping personnel are trained according to the UN Security Council resolutions on women, peace, and security in the frame of mandatory pre-deployment trainings. Georgia spares no efforts to keep the issues of women victims of the conflict, including refugees, on the agenda of the Geneva International Discussions, which is the only format of negotiations between Georgia and Russia on security and humanitarian issues. Georgian participants on the Geneva International Discussions hold regular meetings with civil society, IDPs, and women affected by the conflict, as well as women's rights groups, to exchange information on peace talks and set the needs and priorities of conflict-affected women and vulnerable groups. Our commitment to address sexual violence in conflict has further been strengthened by endorsing important multilateral initiatives, such as the Safe Schools Declaration. Mr. President, regrettably, the illegal occupation of the Georgian regions of Abkhazia and Tskhinvali region, South Ossetia, by the Russian Federation remains the main obstacle to the government of Georgia to implement the human rights protection framework for the women and girls residing in the Russia-occupied territories of Georgia. They remain particularly vulnerable as their fundamental rights and freedoms are frequently neglected and violated, including but not limited to freedom of movement and illegal detentions by Russian occupying forces. International engagement and establishment of monitoring mechanisms inside the conflict-affected regions is of paramount importance to protect the rights of women and girls, including prevention of sexual violence. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Georgia for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of the Observer State of the Holy See to the United Nations.
Thank you, Madam President. The Holy See is grateful to the United Kingdom Presidency for having convoked this open debate on accountability as prevention, ending cycles of sexual violence in conflict, and for being given the floor to offer a few considerations. Sexual violence in conflict is now widely recognized by the international community as a war crime. Year after year, the reports of the Secretary General confirm that it has taken its place among the horrors of all violent conflicts. Sexual violence is used as a cruel tactic of war, often in order to advance strategic objectives. to subjugate and humiliate victims, causing them physical, emotional, and psychological harm, and has profoundly negative impacts on the communities to which victims belong and from which, sometimes, they find themselves ostracized. Despite increasing attention to this war crime, sexual violence in conflict often remains hidden, underreported, and given little attention compared to its scope, both during conflict and after the end of hostilities, a period which often remains chaotic, lawless, and dangerous. In this regard, ensuring as accurate reporting as possible should contribute both to present a more precise picture of how widespread these inhumane crimes are, and to take the necessary steps so that victims may receive adequate assistance and support. In this field, grassroots and civil society organizations also play an important role while striving, often in situations of great danger, to help victims of sexual violence in conflict. In addition to being a hidden crime, sexual violence in conflict is sadly also a crime ignored, perceived to be less attention-worthy or, alarmingly, viewed as intrinsic to conflict and therefore a fixed feature of it. What is more, impunity is often the norm, and consequently victims are often afraid to speak out. The silence must be broken. Impunity must give way to accountability so that there can be justice and reparation. The lack of concerted efforts to ensure justice compounds the suffering of victims, who are often marginalized and left on their own to deal with trauma and pain. Holding perpetrators accountable is also a key factor in deterring and preventing such acts. The Holy See welcomes the work done at the international level through legal action and investigation, as well as advocacy in pursuit of justice to end impunity. In particular, we commend Ms. Nadia Murad's courage and her dedication to bring her weighty voice to these efforts. Survivors should not only be heard, their pain should be acknowledged, their strength recognized, and their wisdom harnessed to promote and protect the human dignity and rights of all. In situations of conflict and tension around the world, we must never forget that women are not only victims, but also have an essential and irreplaceable role as protagonists in the promotion of peace and reconciliation at the local, national, and international levels. To exclude the full participation of women at every stage and aspect of the peace processes would be to fail the commitments made since the passage of Resolution 1325. Common multilateral action is absolutely needed to address the scourge of sexual violence in conflict effectively. The Holy See encourages in a particular way the members of the Security Council to seek concrete and unifying action in collaboration with the United Nations Secretariat to promote initiatives to prevent and combat sexual abuse in United Nations peacekeeping operations as well, including through specialized training of personnel with a specific aim to reduce risks in host countries. The Holy See hopes that today's open debate and the attention it brings to the subject will give more space to survivors and victims to come forward to find healing and hope through the recognition of their personal dignity, and to see established more robust mechanisms to bring those who have committed violations against them to justice. I thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative of the Observer State of the Holy See for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Costa Rica.
Madam President, Costa Rica thanks the United Kingdom for convening this open debate and for its leadership on this issue. Sexual violence is not an inevitable consequence of conflicts, and states are called upon to prevent, investigate, and punish it. In this regard, allow me to make the following reflections. First, Costa Rica regrets that impunity for sexual violence in armed conflict continues to be the norm, that justice continues to elude victims, and accountability is the exception rather than the rule from Ethiopia to Myanmar to Ukraine. To put an end to impunity, all state and non-state actors involved in atrocities must be held accountable. This work begins at home with the adoption of robust legislation, strengthening judicial institutions, and guaranteeing victims and survivors access to justice and to full reparation. The International Criminal Court plays a fundamental role in this regard. Costa Rica urges that the progressiveness of the Rome Statute be promoted further by adopting an intersectional approach in all proceedings involving sexual violence in armed conflict. Secondly, Costa Rica firmly believes in changing a reductionist binary vision with which sexual violence in armed conflict has been addressed. For too long, boys, men, and LGBTQ people have been relegated or rather excluded from this topic. Costa Rica calls on the Council to broaden the conversation so that all victims are considered. A victim-centered approach and a gender mainstreaming is key to ensuring more inclusive and effective accountability. Invisibilization perpetuates injustice and underpins impunity. Third, Costa Rica believes that the international response to conflict-related sexual violence must be more forceful and match the achievements made in other areas of conflict, such as the protection of civilians. Sexual violence in conflict is not a second-order issue. It is an unequivocal priority of the international community, which Costa Rica believes should be systematically reflected in the Council's reports and actions. Madam President, while Costa Rica recognizes the belated feminization of international criminal law, we highlight the decisive contribution of Costa Rican Judge Elizabeth Odio Benito. In 1998, as a judge on the International Criminal Court for the former Yugoslavia, Odio Benito worked tirelessly to ensure that rape and other types of sexual assault were treated as torture. Her interpretation today is an accepted principle of international law. It represents a milestone in the struggle to condemn the use of sexual violence as a weapon of war. It is time to honor this historic debt to women and to all victims and survivors, all of them without exception, without distinction, because we all deserve to have a more dignified place under the sun. Thank you very much.
Thank the representative of Costa Rica for her statement. I now give the floor to Mr. Michael Miaka, head of the NATO Liaison Office to the United Nations.
Thank you, Madam President. And let me thank the UK for convening this important debate. It is particularly timely considering the reports of horrific acts of sexual violence perpetrated against women and children in the context of the Russian aggression against Ukraine. Using sexual violence as tactics of war is a gross violation of human rights. Madam President, for a decade, starting with the Chicago summit in 2012, NATO has continued to demonstrate its commitment to preventing and responding to conflict-related sexual violence. In 2015, we developed specific military guidelines on the prevention of and response to conflict-related sexual and gender-based violence. These provide strategic direction with the aim of reducing the risk and improving responsive measures for the protection of vulnerable populations. NATO personnel are obliged to prevent, act, and stop sexual violence in areas where we operate, to develop the analytical tools necessary to understand the level of risk of sexual violence for information collection and reporting, and to cooperate with relevant local and international actors, including the UN. Last year, allies have approved NATO policy on conflict-related violence. It outlines the actions that NATO will take to prevent and respond to sexual violence in all operations, missions, and Council-mandated activities. Madam President, NATO's dedication to prevent and combat any form of sexual violence is far-reaching. We have been working with the UN to integrate it into our education and training to ensure our staff are fully prepared. We work with partners like the Nordic Center for Gender in Military Operations to ensure that gender advisors and gender focal points are well equipped before deployment. NATO also participates in the International Day for the Elimination of Sexual Violence in Conflict to join the UN and our other partners in raising awareness. We continue to amplify that through other activities both on the military and the civilian side. In particular, NATO Secretary General Special Representative on Women, Peace and Security, Irene Felin, works closely with a civil society advisory panel, an independent coalition of women's rights experts aimed at assisting NATO in the effective implementation of the Women, Peace and Security mandate across the alliance. This helps ensuring that actions we take are built upon the insight gained from the perspectives of women civil society members from allies, partners, and conflict-affected areas. This has assisted us in both our policymaking and identifying early warning indicators to support our efforts in prevention of conflict-related sexual violence. Integrity is one of the guiding principles in NATO's approach to women, peace and security. With integrity comes accountability. When conflict-related sexual violence cannot be prevented, those who engage in it must be brought to justice. NATO is working to make conflict-related sexual violence part of our work on battlefield evidence collection to ensure that war criminals are held accountable. These efforts are not only a part of what we do, but of who we are. NATO will continue to work towards preventing and responding to conflict-related sexual violence, as well as holding those responsible accountable. We will continue to work with the UN and other partners on this important area that leaves a devastating effect not only on women, girls and boys, but on entire communities. I thank you.
I thank Mr. Miaka for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Cyprus.
Thank you, Madam President, for organizing this important debate. My statement will be complementing that of the European Union, to which we fully subscribe. I thank the Special Representative for her report and applaud the briefers for their courageous and compelling interventions. Sexual violence as a weapon of war cannot be considered as an inevitable consequence of armed conflicts, even though the history of this disturbing phenomenon is as long as that of war itself. Despite the increased attention to the women, peace and security agenda, we observe that significant gaps remain in effectively addressing this phenomenon. Strategies to address sexual violence in conflict have mainly focused on perpetrator accountability and survivor support after violence has already occurred. While these are vital, we need also to establish solid prevention measures to stop sexual violence from occurring in the first place. CRSV is preventable by systematic action. Placing prevention at the core of our approach requires a multifaceted, multi-level, and multidimensional strategy, one that includes addressing the root causes of conflict itself, investing in strengthening the rule of law and state institutions, in economic stability, infrastructure, and social development, as well as addressing deep-rooted inequalities and ensuring women's participation in all spheres are central to this approach. At the same time, foundational to a preventive approach would be the recognition of the importance of two particular aspects. Firstly, the continuum of sexual violence. While CRSV takes place in conflict settings, it still occurs within the broader context of gender-based violence and exists within a global climate of impunity, where gender inequality and women's disempowerment play a highly significant role in its perpetuation. Secondly, the primacy of survivors. Survivors should not be a voice alone. They must become the architects of strategies aimed at addressing CRSV. A survivor-centered approach cannot focus solely on providing support or promoting women's empowerment. It must also address the economic, social, and political structures that underpin their disempowerment. Madam President, post-conflict situations provide an opportunity for the transformation of societal structures in ways that ensure greater enjoyment of women's human rights. Yet, women continue to be excluded from conflict prevention efforts, post-conflict transition, and reconstruction processes. Post-conflict societies recover and rebuild more effectively when women participate in reconstruction efforts and their experiences in conflict are addressed. Responding to CRSV should include women in developing solutions to the factors that place them at risk. History, including in the case of Cyprus, has shown that the role of women in conflict resolution, post-conflict rehabilitation, reconciliation, and sustainable peace is key. At the same time, the violence and degradation suffered by women in conflict situations remain largely unaddressed. As a country that has experienced the atrocity of CRSV firsthand, Cyprus attaches great importance to the elimination of all forms of gender-based violence and joins calls to accelerate efforts towards their elimination. Madam President, the crucial role of women in the prevention and resolution of conflicts, the need for their full, equal, and meaningful participation and involvement in all efforts for the maintenance of peace and security have been widely recognized, particularly by this organization. What remains is for this to be translated into practice. Sexual violence in conflict is a grave human rights violation which constitutes a threat to international peace and security. Curbing the root causes of CRSV therefore is not only a moral, but a strategic imperative. I thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative of Cyprus for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Sierra Leone.
Madam President, the delegation of Sierra Leone is pleased to join the global discourse on accountability as prevention, ending cycles of sexual violence and conflict. I congratulate you for assuming the presidency of the Security Council for the month of April 2022, and I also thank you for convening this timely debate and the Secretary General for his recent insightful report on conflict-related sexual violence. Madam President, having experienced one of the bloodiest and fiercest civil wars during which sexual violence, including rape, gang raping, sexual slavery, forced marriage, etc., were used as tactics of war by the warring factions, Sierra Leone is fully aware of the horrifying impact of these crimes on the lives and livelihoods of its women and girls, and sparing no effort at combating this scourge. On the domestic front, we have in recent times taken many bold steps to address the incidence of sexual violence, from amending our national law on sexual violence to setting up a special court on rape, as well as establishing one-stop centers to provide services for survivors of sexual abuse. We have demonstrated and continues to demonstrate exemplary commitment to combating the incidence of sexual violence within our borders. Building our domestic efforts, His Excellency the President of Sierra Leone, in his speech at the UN General Assembly in September 2021, called for global solidarity on access to justice and remedies for survivors of sexual violence in the form of stand-alone resolution to be adopted by the General Assembly, hopefully during the 76th session. The resolution will not only highlight the gravity of sexual violence, but will specifically call out the crime as abhorrent to international peace and security, and will uplift survivors as deserving dignity and justice. I therefore avail myself of this opportunity and encourage all member states to support this noble initiative when the time comes, as most of the elements speak to the issue of accountability as prevention. Peace, in our review, is not the absence of visible conflict, and that in order to have true peace, survivors must have access to justice. Madam President, it is no gainsaying that many commendable actions have been taken by both the General Assembly and the Council in the forms of treaties, conventions, and resolutions, including Resolution 1820 in 2008. Yet, women and children around the world remain vulnerable to sexual violence, be it in times of war or peace. There is still much to be done at the national, sub-regional, regional, and global levels if we are to fully implement landlocked resolutions 1325, 1820, and other related human rights instruments in our grand effort to turn the tide against sexual violence in all its forms and manifestations. Let me close by encouraging delegations here present to deeply reflect upon the fact that, notwithstanding the many stout measures adopted individually as well as collectively, the despicable crime of sexual violence has continued unabated around the globe, and many a times with total impunity. The time is now to accelerate effort at concerted and concrete steps to address incidents of sexual violence crimes, restore the dignity of survivors by promoting forward-looking strategies and strengthening accountability as prevention through enforcing compliance with the relevant normative positions that we have all adopted. I thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative of Sierra Leone for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Indonesia.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to thank you for this meeting as well as the briefers for the briefing. Excuse me. Madam President, sexual violence should never be used as a weapon in conflict. Hearing the report, it is important to make sure the use of sexual violence must stop. This is the first step to fulfill our commitment to save lives. Indonesia supports the UN in its multifaceted efforts in ending the cycles of sexual violence in conflict. Madam President, we must support a nationally developed, homegrown, and reliable justice and accountability capacities. We believe there is no instant way to fight and end impunity to sexual violence in conflict. Every effort to end sexual violence, especially in conflict setting, must be built based on strong national and local willingness and ownership. Madam President, just yesterday, the government of Indonesia has enacted its law on the protection of women and girls against sexual violence. For Indonesia, this understanding has guided us for a long time. In 2014, reflecting the highest political commitment of the country, a presidential regulation was signed to provide instruction on the protection of women and children in conflict situations. It was signed in the moment when the global community was struck by the increasing records of sexual violence in conflicts, especially by the emergence of Israel. Less than a year, a ministerial guidance was also published to ensure the implementation of the presidential regulation at national and subnational level. Madam President, focus to women's participation is central. As we progress with the discussion on women, peace, and security agenda, we are also faced with the many challenges to ensure equal women's participation, including in the peacekeeping missions. Today, 4 UN peacekeeping missions have specific mandate to help address sexual violence in countries with conflicts. However, the representation of female peacekeepers in those missions remains low. From the SG reports, we can see that there is a reverse trend between the number of female peacekeepers in the mission and numbers of sexual violence cases. We call on the Security Council to observe further and take into consideration the linkage and interconnectivity between the presence of female peacekeepers and the number of sexual violence offenses. And lastly, Madam President, international cooperation plays an important role to strengthen state capacities in ensuring accountability and justice against sexual violence in conflict situations. In this regard, Indonesia stands ready to support efforts in building the capacities of states, especially through triangular or South-South cooperation. Innovative financing, including through the Bretton Woods system and regional cooperation, are one of the avenues to be explored. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative of Indonesia for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Bangladesh.
Thank you, Madam President. I thank the Presidency of the United Kingdom for organizing this important open debate. I also express my sincere appreciation to SRSG Ms. Pramila Patten and Nobel Laureate Ms. Nadia Murad and other briefers for their comprehensive remarks. Madam President, we take note of the Secretary General's annual report pointing out that intersecting humanitarian, security, and political crisis further exacerbated the root causes of conflict-related sexual violence in 2021. We are also concerned by the report's findings that compliance by conflict parties with relevant international norms and resolutions remains appallingly low. Against this backdrop, today's debate on accountability as a preventive measure to end the cycles of sexual violence in conflict is very timely. We stress that the international community should take further efforts to implement SG's prior calls for translating commitments and resolutions into tangible results. Madam President, Bangladesh had its own horrific experience of sexual violence in conflict during its War of Liberation in 1971, when over 200,000 women were violated. Despite numerous challenges in rebuilding the war-ravaged country, we had taken measures for their rehabilitation immediately after our independence. The perpetrators have been brought to justice through a trial process, and the contribution of victims has been recognized officially. Our own experience has also inspired us to host over 1 million forcibly displaced Myanmar nationals, the Rohingyas, a large majority of whom are women and girls, and providing critical support to them, including reproductive health support. Unfortunately, there is no progress yet in ensuring accountability of the perpetrators in Myanmar of the crimes committed against Rohingya women. Without holding the perpetrators accountable, the desired conducive environment cannot be created in the Rakhine state of Myanmar. Madam President, our commitments toward eliminating sexual violence in conflict has been duly reflected through our contribution to peacekeeping and peace-building activities. We have increased the number of female peacekeepers in various peacekeeping missions and also sending female judges in conflict-prone zones to strengthen the judicial sector of the host country. Our National Action Plan on Women, Peace and Security recommends specific activities for updating and localizing modules and training materials for the peacekeepers for implementation of related mandates. Madam President, allow me to highlight few points on preventive measures to sexual violence in conflict. First, creating a culture of accountability should be the utmost priority to prevent future incidents. Leaving the perpetrators unaccountable would encourage repetition of the same crimes. In this regard, the security and justice sector of the conflict-affected countries need to be strengthened. We call for increased international support for capacity building in this regard. Second, early warning to possible violence can play a significant role in preventing this. However, credible data in this regard are often missing. The collection, analysis, and preserving the real-time data of the sexual violence in armed conflicts are important to ensure specific preventive measures, such as early warning mechanisms. Third, another important aspect in addressing sexual violence in conflict is ensuring participation of women in all stages of peace processes. In this regard, we welcome the proposals of the Secretary General articulated in his report, Our Common Agenda, to put women and girls at the center of security policy and their economic inclusion, among others. Fourth, adoption and implementation of National Action Plan on Women, Peace and Security can play an instrumental role in preventing sexual violence in conflict. While we have seen adoption of NAP in WPS by many countries in past years, 95 member states of the UN are yet to adopt one. We stress the importance of universalizing the national action plans in advancing gender equality to address the deeper causes of conflict-related sexual violence. Fifth, Peace Building Commission has a critical role to support national efforts to promote gender equality, women's empowerment, and elimination of all forms of violence against women and discrimination on the basis of sex in conflict-affected countries. These will add value to the overall preventive measures. Finally, Madam President, we stress the importance of adopting a survivor-centered approach in the response to conflict-related sexual violence. In this regard, we appreciate the role and activities of United Nations Action Against Sexual Violence in Conflict, UN Action, in meeting the needs of the survivors. The coherence and cooperation among the stakeholders should be strengthened to ensure delivering service in accordance with the principle of UN Action, delivering as one. I thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative of Bangladesh for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Sri Lanka.
Thank you, Madam President, for giving me the floor. Sri Lanka appreciates the United Kingdom's role in supporting the discussion on women, peace, and the security agenda, which has featured prominently in the recent debates. The importance of highlighting the risks of women and girls faced during the conflict is particularly important in today's environment, where women and girls are surely marginalized. The Security Council's recognition of sexual violence as a tactic of war, as recognized by the United Nations Resolution 1820 of 2008, was a milestone in recognizing how conflict impacts women. The bounds within which sexual violence in a conflict occurs are not constrained to a battlefield. It occurs in a refugee camp, at the hands of non-state actors, at the hands of military personnel, spouses, or those designated to protect womankind. It concludes the sexual exploitation of women, pornography, sexual assaults, and so on. Victims of abuse are often abandoned with children to care for with little or no societal support. When the avenues for abuse in conflict are so rife and the threat ever so present, it is pertinent, I say, to ask the question as to how the international community can make tangible decisions with regard to the aspect of accountability. Madam President, in order to address this issue, we need to make a global and concerted effort to shift conflict-associated sexual violence from a secondary concern to a primary one. All member states need adequate training, the benefit of research, and policy program sharing where intervention techniques addressing sexual violence within peace-building efforts are better understood and had more access to. We recall in 2004 the bold step taken by the former UN Secretary General Kofi Annan when he appointed Prince Zayed to help form a comprehensive strategy to eliminate future sexual exploitation and abuse within our peacekeeping forces. Another discernible feature of note, Madam President, is the hyper-masculine culture that exists, which seems to encourage exploitation and abuse, as majority of personnel engaged in armed conflict are men. Such behavior has been dismissed in the past with men will be men attitude. This forms a bond of misplaced camaraderie that helps protect the reputation of the offender, but also results in the stigmatization of the complainant. The final result being that instances of sexual abuse are swept under the carpet. We must train our personnel investigating crimes of sexual violence to uphold sharp skills of investigation. Investigators must maintain the highest level of integrity and probity without fear or favor. In addition to intensified training, we must focus on community outreach and engage in the education of women, children, and vulnerable groups on gender-based violence and remedies. Madam President, we must bridge the gap in addressing the canvas of sexual offenses. We cannot only hold rape or sex trafficking to a higher degree of accountability and allow the offenders of domestic abuse and mental harassment to enjoy impunity. This creates a hierarchy where certain violations can be considered as being the order of the day, acceptable. It is also observed that in these uncertain times, parties involved in an armed conflict have adopted a new modus operandi. It appears that engaging in the traditional contours of a battlefield is no longer the style of aggression. Instead, attacks on the cradle of our civilization, our educational institutions, have been launching pads for aggression. Both parties in armed conflict have begun to use educational facilities as bases, barracks, detention centers, and weapon storage units. This modus operandi lends itself to the use of educational facilities that enhances the risk of child soldiers being inducted, and in Sri Lanka, non-state actors inducted 594 child soldiers who were exploited in multifarious forms but were mercifully taken into welfare camps, rehabilitated, and returned to their parents. To combat this atrocity, I say, and stop it, member states must ensure the foundational elements of school safety are prevalent. Ensure that the school is possessed of characteristics that are safe and responsive to all these contingencies in conflict, and to ensure that infrastructure, crisis communication, geography, and procedure, which are the 4 security factors I believe are established in schools in conflict areas, must be prevalent. It also calls upon member states to help prevent the use of school premises for the launching of military operations. Madam Chair, it is time that we firmly pledge to take every possible step to eliminate the occurrence of sexual violence in armed conflict, in the resolution of disputes between member states, and establish an institutional mechanism based on dialogue and diplomacy. I thank you, Madam Chair.
I thank the representative of Sri Lanka for his statement. As we still have a number of names inscribed tonight, I would once again like to remind all speakers to keep their statements to no more than 4 minutes. Thank you. I now give the floor to the representative of Yemen.
Thank you, Madam President, for holding this session that focuses on ending the cycles of sexual violence in conflict. In Yemen, women enjoy a high social standing. Our customs and traditions, as well as our national laws, prohibit any physical attacks against women and the violation of women's dignity. These violations have taken a social dimension today as a result of the attacks by terrorist Houthi militias against women and children in an unprecedented way. Since 2014, women have been subjected to a number of violations at the hands of the terrorist Houthi militias. They have violated all customs and traditions, as well as the provisions of international humanitarian law. They have kidnapped and forcibly disappeared women activists. They have fabricated malicious accusations against them. The panel of experts on Yemen documented some of the crimes perpetrated by these militias against women and girls. The Security Council, in Resolution 2564, listed the leader in the Houthi militia, Sultan Zabin. The Security Council clarified that these sanctions came as a result of the role played by Zabin in using detention, torture, and sexual violence and rape against women. We welcomed this resolution. The Yemeni government has put in place an action plan to respond to Security Council Resolution 1325 on women, security, and peace. This action plan focused on the following: increasing the participation of women in the legislative, executive, and judicial sectors, in security, in the army, and in preventing conflict and preserving peace. Putting in place early warning mechanisms that take into account women's participation in preventing violence and extremism, we provided psychological and social support services to women and girls. We put in place guidelines for service providers, and we put in place programs to empower women. We also provided rehabilitation centers for women and girls that were subjected to violence. We also met the needs of vulnerable women and girls, refugees, victims of violence. We also ensured their participation in disarmament plans and in providing humanitarian assistance. The Yemeni Republic ratified a number of international agreements in order to ensure the protection of women and strengthen her role in preventing conflicts and building peace. We also supported the efforts of our independent national commission to investigate in allegations of violations of human rights all over the Yemeni Republic. The 9th voluntary report of the commission looked into 40 types of violations against women, including kidnapping, arbitrary detention, as well as show trials by the terrorist Houthi militias. In conclusion, we reaffirm once again that we are committed to the protection of women, to preventing violations against women, especially in situations of conflict. We call on the international community to support our national efforts to address the challenges confronting the Yemeni women, especially in areas under the control of the terrorist Houthi militias, so that women can enjoy their rights. I thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative of Yemen for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Latvia.
Thank you, Madam President. Latvia thanks the UK Presidency of the Council for hosting this timely and pertinent debate, and aligns itself with the statement delivered by the European Union and the statement of the Group of Friends of Women, Peace and Security, which underline the use of sexual violence as a tactic of war in conflicts around the world. Please allow me to focus on the crimes perpetrated by Russia in Ukraine. Latvia strongly condemns the atrocities and grave violations of international humanitarian law and international human rights law by the Russian Federation. Brutal Russian aggression enabled by Belarus on civilians and civilian infrastructure, including on maternity hospitals and other healthcare facilities, schools and shelters, that have killed and gravely injured civilians, including pregnant women and newborns, have left the world reeling. The recent attack on Kramatorsk train station mainly killed women, children, and elderly looking for safety. Latvia condemns in the strongest terms the atrocities emerging from Bucha, the liberated areas from Kiev and other regions, including rape and sexual violence against women and girls perpetrated by Russian armed forces. We are increasingly hearing stories of rape and sexual violence used as a weapon of war by the Russian armed forces. This Council has determined that rape and other forms of sexual violence can constitute war crimes, crimes against humanity, or a constitutive act with respect of genocide. For all atrocity crimes, Russia must and will be accountable. In this regard, Latvia has initiated national criminal law procedures to gather evidence on crimes against humanity, war crimes, and crimes against peace perpetrated by the Russian military. Latvia has also decided to provide additional financial contribution of 100,000 euros to the International Criminal Court to support it in the investigation of crimes perpetrated in Ukraine. Latvia welcomes criminal procedures initiated against Russian military at the national level in other countries, and Latvia also welcomes the support countries have shown to the ICC and encourages the member states of the Rome Statute who haven't yet done so to act likewise. Madam President, the Security Council has a specific responsibility to take timely and decisive action to protect populations by preventing atrocity crimes. In practice, however, the deliberations of the Council often fail to generate solutions, including in situations where atrocity crimes are already being committed. The expectation of the international community
that the Council will take timely and decisive action to protect populations from atrocity crimes has therefore not yet been fulfilled. As a member of Accountability, Coherence and Transparency Group, Latvia is of the view that it is necessary to maximize the UN Security Council's efficiency, effectiveness, transparency and accountability. We encourage those United Nations member states that haven't done so yet to join the Code of Conduct elaborated by the ACT Group regarding the Security Council action against genocide, crimes against humanity and war crimes, as well as the political declaration on suspension of veto powers in cases of mass atrocities. It is also important to strengthen synergies between the Council and the Peacebuilding Commission, as well as the Human Rights Council, to improve protection of human rights and prevention of sexual violence in a comprehensive way. Madam President, Latvia reiterates the importance of the full implementation of the Security Council Resolution 1325 on women, peace and security, and its follow-up resolution, in particular resolutions 2106 and 2467, and their provisions regarding accountability for conflict-related sexual violence, as well as services to the survivors. Latvia calls on all relevant UN mechanisms, including the special representatives of the Secretary General on sexual violence in conflict, to maintain the focus on the solution of civilians affected by the Russian aggression in Ukraine. Latvia continues to support the work of these mechanisms, as well as directly support those caught in the war in Ukraine. I thank you, Madam Chair.
I thank the representative of Latvia for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Austria.
Thank you, Madam President. Austria aligns itself with the statement of the EU, as well as the statement of the Group of Friends on Women, Peace and Security. We commend the United Kingdom for its efforts to organize the annual open debate on conflict-related sexual violence, with a special focus on accountability as prevention. We thank the briefers for their insights and SRSG Patton for presenting the annual report of the Secretary General, which paints a bleak picture of the consequences of conflict-related sexual violence in relation to unwanted pregnancies of women and girls as a result of rape in conflicts. Austria strongly condemns all forms of sexual and gender-based violence committed in armed conflicts. We urge all responsible parties to stop this heinous crime, and we stand in full solidarity with all victims and their families. It is each state's responsibility to ensure accountability and access to justice for victims of conflict-related sexual violence. In accordance with Security Council Resolution 2467, member states have the obligation to apply a survivor-centered approach and focus on access to medical and psychosocial care. We welcome some modest positive trends in certain countries, as identified in the Secretary General's report, but we remain deeply concerned that not enough action is taken on the ground in relation to assisting victims, and in particular women and girls who gave birth as a result of conflict-related rape. In our view, the International Criminal Court is the most effective and relevant international instrument to assist member states in establishing accountability and ending impunity. In this context, we welcome the action of the ICC in relation to the first international conviction on a charge of forced pregnancy in February 2021. We urge the Security Council members to take bolder action and not shy away to address conflict-related sexual violence in all country-specific situations, and to apply the sanctions regime to any perpetrators in this respect. Austria recognizes that the crime of conflict-related sexual violence also affects men and boys and persons with diverse sexual orientation and gender identity, which must not be forgotten. Austria is proud to support its National Human Rights Institute, the Ludwig Boltzmann Institute, which currently works with the Princeton University Liechtenstein Institute on Self-Determination and other partners on a study on the nexus between conflict-related sexual violence against men, boys, and LGBTI persons and human trafficking. We invite all interested delegations to assist in the release of the study here in New York on 9th of May during an expert seminar at our permanent mission. Austria remains a strong supporter of SRSG Patton, as well as UN Women and UNFPA in efforts to address the scourge of conflict-related sexual violence. We applaud the SRSG's efforts in working with conflict-affected member states and armed groups to address the situation of victims, Furthermore, Austria continues to support the UN Trust Fund to end violence against women and girls. Madam President, let me briefly mention two country-specific situations. Austria will, together with EU member states and in close coordination with UNHCR and UNICEF, as well as other UN agencies, continue to support dedicated efforts to alleviate the humanitarian catastrophe of the Ukrainian people caused by the unprovoked and unjustified military aggression of the Russian Federation, which Austria strongly condemns. We repeat our call to the Russian Federation to immediately cease its military aggression, to withdraw all its troops from Ukrainian territory, and to respect its sovereignty and its international recognized borders. We echo other colleagues who have underlined that there will be no impunity for the Russian military and decision makers who are responsible for the killings of civilians and sexual violence, including rape committed against women and girls in Ukraine. Further, Austria closely follows the development of women's rights in Afghanistan and continues to support efforts by UN Women and other UN agencies to protect women and girls from violence and contributing to their development, participation, and empowerment. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Austria for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Nepal.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I'd begin by thanking the Presidency of the United Kingdom for convening today's open debate on conflict-related sexual violence. I thank the distinguished briefers for their updates and valuable insights. Madam President, Nepal supports the normative framework of the Security Council for ending sexual violence in conflict. The conflict-related sexual violence is unforgivable, so the perpetrators of such crimes must be held accountable. It is the primary responsibility of the state to prevent violence against women. However, a state's ability is largely circumscribed by the level of socioeconomic development, legal and institutional framework, and commitment to rule of law. Therefore, there is a need for a strong international support to enable the government to address the underlying causes of conflict, protect women and girls while bringing the perpetrators to justice. We must ensure inclusion of women in state architecture, increase their participation in decision-making level with regard to conflict prevention and resolution, implement gender-responsive sectoral reforms, and placement of early warning and early response system in mitigating the risk of violence against women. We believe that the enhanced level of participation of women in peacekeeping missions would greatly help protect women and girls from violence. As one of the largest troops police contributing countries, Nepal is committed to increasing the number of women peacekeepers. And Nepal is also committed to zero-tolerance policy on sexual exploitation and abuse, and is striving to maintain the goal of zero-case scenario. Madam President, as a post-conflict country, Nepal has made a significant effort to ensure women's dignified representation and governance structure, and has remained a proactive promoter of a women, peace, and security agenda. Nepal in 2011 was the first country in South Asia and second in Asia to adopt the National Plan actions for the implementation of Resolutions 1325 and 1820, women's participation in decision-making, protecting women and girls from sexual and gender-based violence, and ending impunity were among our topmost priorities in our National Action Plan. And NAP 2 is being finalized, which is advancing WPS agenda while addressing the concerns of victims of sexual violence, female combatants, and children born of wartime rape. And Nepal is committed to resolving conflict-related sexual violence cases to ensure justice to victims. The process is led by two transitional justice commissions, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission and the Commission of Investigation on Enforced Disappeared Persons. The government is committed to providing necessary support to these independent commissions so that they could conclude a remaining yet vital part of Nepal's unique homegrown peace process while ensuring justice to victims and holding perpetrators accountable. And Madam President, in conclusion, Nepal stresses on the inclusion and participation of women in governance architecture, conflict prevention, peace building, and post-conflict reconstruction, while emphasizing the necessity to address the underlying root causes of conflicts for ensuring peace and prosperity. I thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative of Nepal for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Ukraine.
Madam President, Ukraine aligns itself with the statement delivered by the EU delegation, and I would like to add some remarks in my national capacity. At the outset, I would like to thank the UK presidency for convening this timely and critically important debate. I would also like to express my gratitude to the briefers for their presentations. The topic is more than relevant to for my country, given the recently reported acts of sexual violence perpetrated by the Russian soldiers in Ukraine. It is a sad reality that women and girls are particularly vulnerable to sexual violence and rape during wartime. The inhumane cruelty of the Russian invaders has turned the lives of millions of Ukrainian women and girls into horrific nightmares. Reports of revealed facts and cases are piling up daily. Several hotlines were opened in Ukraine for the survivors and witnesses of such crimes. La Strada Ukraine manages one of these hotlines. On Monday, the head of this non-government organization, President Katerina Cherepakha, briefed the UN Security Council about 9 reported cases of rape by Russian soldiers in the temporarily occupied towns and villages of Kievska, Khersonska, and Chernigovska regions. 12 women and girls suffered. Now, Ukrainian officials talk about hundreds of such cases. However, it's unable to assess the full scale of these atrocities. Many survivors remain in the situation of a life threat, staying in territories under Russian troops' control, and being cut off from help and connection. Many victims are extremely traumatized. They are not ready to talk about what had happened. They need urgent care, especially medical and psychological, empathy, emotional support, respect for their personality and dignity, and recovery first. Many, regrettably, were killed by Russian soldiers who tried to hide their crimes. Moreover, in some cases, the bodies of victims were burned. It speaks volumes that despite numerous, credible, and clear evidence, Russia continues to deny the obvious. We haven't heard of any investigation launched by Russia. It could mean only that the atrocities committed by Russian soldiers against the civilian population in Ukraine, including sexual violence, were not perpetrators' excess, but coordinated, systemic, and sanctioned practice. The fact that female prisoners of war have been also exposed to torture and sexual violence has also proved to this assumption. Sexual violence perpetrated by the Russian military in Ukraine targets also men and boys, although the vast majority of victims are women and girls. All these crimes are incompliant with international law and the UN Security Council's resolutions on conflict-related sexual violence, to which states bear the primary responsibility. Madam President, Ukraine has called immediately for a full and transparent investigation of all war crimes, including sexual violence. We commend in this regard the involvement of the relevant UN bodies, including to setting up of a United Nations Commission of Inquiry and referral of the situation of Ukraine to the Office of the Prosecutor of the International Criminal Court. We also welcome the initiative of the Office of the Special Representative of the Secretary General on Sexual Violence in Conflict to enhance joint actions and programs with the government of Ukraine to prevent and respond to conflict-related sexual violence and strengthen survivor-centered responses by supporting and reinforcing national mechanisms and institutions. All war crimes, including sexual violence committed by Russians in Ukraine, in particular in liberated territories, are documented by the Prosecutor's General's Office of Ukraine in cooperation with the National Police and other pre-trial investigation agencies and healthcare facilities. Prosecutors and investigators are also closely cooperating with human rights defenders and non-government organizations that provide the women affected with medical and psychological support. The truth will be established, and it is the important task for all of us, including the Security Council, to ensure that all responsible to be brought to justice despite the attempts to misuse the Council's permanent seat in order to escape responsibility. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Ukraine for her statement and, if I may say, your important words and contribution to this debate. I now give the floor to the representative of Chile.
Muchas gracias, señor.
Thank you, Madam President. Chile would like to thank the Permanent Mission of the United Kingdom for convening this open debate. We would also like to align ourselves with the statements delivered in writing by the group of Friends of Women, Peace and Security and the LGBTQI core group. First of all, we would like to make clear our repudiation and condemnation of any incidents of sexual exploitation and abuse in conflict situations and as a tactic of war. We would also like to express our concern about the situation of victims of sexual violence in conflicts. As the report of the Secretary-General makes clear, sexual violence in conflicts, including rape, sexual slavery, forced prostitution, forced pregnancy, abortion, forced sterilization, and marriage, and all other forms of sexual violence still prevail, as well as the impunity that perpetrators currently benefit from. These attacks on the integrity and the human rights of the victims of these crimes, particularly when they are used as a brutal tactic of war, leave in their wake many devastating consequences for the survivors and their families. Sexual violence in conflicts does not just reflect the underlying gender inequalities in this context, but it also represents one further obstacle to close these cycles of violence, where the survivors of these abhorrent acts and their families are often subjected to post-traumatic stress and social stigmatization without any guarantees of being able to access justice or reparation. Madam President, the Women, Peace and Security agenda clearly advocates the full, equal, effective and meaningful participation of women in processes to bring about peace, to resolve and prevent conflicts, and to build peace. In Chile's eyes, we can't speak about participation unless we have protection guaranteed as well. Hence, preventing sexual and gender-based violence is a key component of this agenda. The peaceful resolution of conflicts requires addressing the root causes of conflicts. We can see that cycles of violence are repeated if there is impunity. That is why it is our duty to guarantee that survivors have access to justice, particularly women and girls, to justice and comprehensive legal services with affordable and confidential mechanisms to ensure that victims can report incidents of violence when they arise. Accountability mechanisms can also be a key deterrent for future acts of violence, and they must be set up early on and be fully operational. We must ensure that perpetrators of sexual and gender-based violence are held accountable. We must do this so that we can systematically combat impunity that allows them to commit these crimes without repercussions in the first place. Lastly, given the urgent need to combat sexual violence in conflicts, we need to move from aspirations to obligations. We need to move from making commitments to actually implementing them. Given this, we fully support the implementation of the Women, Peace and Security Agenda to enhance the support for and the reintegration of survivors. Only in this way can we guarantee their empowerment and their full, equal and meaningful participation in negotiation processes and the building of peace and decision-making when it comes to peace and security at all levels. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Chile for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Saudi Arabia.
السيد الرئيس أصحاب المعالي.
Madam President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, we would like to thank the British Presidency for organising this debate today. We also thank the Special Representative of the Secretary-General for Sexual Violence in Conflict, Ms. Pramila Patten, for her thorough briefing. We also thank Ms. Nadia Murad and all of the speakers. Madam President, Saudi Arabia condemns sexual violence regardless of the circumstances or situation in which it is committed, including in conflict situations where many difficulties are faced, including access to legal and judicial services. We deplore sexual violence, which in conflict zones creates many victims, with an increase in the number of crises around the world. We stress the need for the international community to stand in greater solidarity to provide assistance to victims at the national level in order to ensure complete justice for all victims. It is essential that the situation of women in the most vulnerable communities be taken into account in order to evaluate humanitarian needs and to take into account the humanitarian needs of women victims of armed conflict in order to ensure appropriate response plans and to respond to the real needs of victims in an emergency situation. Our world is witnessing rapid change in uninterrupted and interdependent crises, which adds an additional dimension to the harmful impacts of COVID-19 on the public health, economic and social fronts. This has a serious impact on humanitarian access, and there is no doubt that all of these challenges require us to put in place joint strategies and comprehensive strategies in order to bolster the role of women in the fight against various crises and to allow women to get the necessary services, in particular women who are trying to build their societies and foster greater resilience. My country has put in place programs that allow us to respond to the needs of women in conflict situations by taking into account the humanitarian needs in the affected countries. We communicate with our various partners in order to set up humanitarian projects with no discrimination in order to allow women to live a dignified life. My country has, through the King Salman Relief and Humanitarian Action Center, has contributed to many projects, many humanitarian projects in disaster or conflict areas. We have implemented 788 projects in nearly 80 regions around the world, and this has allowed us to provide assistance to 109 million women. This represents assistance of more than $520 million US. These projects have allowed for the economic empowerment of women and helped strengthen the capacities of those women, particularly in education in conflict-affected countries. These efforts also take into account psychosocial services provided to women who are victims of violence, including refugees. Madam President, the Secretary-General's report for 2021 is particularly important It refers to violence committed by terrorist groups and other armed groups that use sexual violence as a weapon of war to destabilize societies and vulnerable communities. The flow of small arms and light weapons contributes to this violence on a large scale. We need to bring to light the many violations committed by the Houthi militia, which are terrorist militia, and who have generated many victims among women in Yemen. This terrorist militia is continuing its crimes against civilians, including women and children. We stress the need to take the necessary measures to combat sexual violence in conflict and to hold the perpetrators of those crimes accountable. The Secretary-General's report notes many crimes that have been documented. These crimes are unacceptable, and the international community, in particular the donor community, must strengthen efforts to combat these crimes in conflict situations. These efforts must be more concerted. Madam President, prevention is better than cure, after all. That is why we are firmly convinced that states should put in place prevention measures as well as awareness-raising programs on the subject of conflict-related sexual violence. We firmly believe in the importance of the role of women leaders, who must ensure that their voices are heard through political, security, and legal institutions, among others. On the basis of its international commitments, my country is making great efforts to implement the relevant resolutions of the Security Council, including Resolution 1325. Through our 2030 vision, we consider that women should participate on an equal footing with men in all efforts for peacekeeping and the maintenance of peace and security, and at all levels of decision-making. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative of Saudi Arabia for their statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Ethiopia.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, my delegation asked the right to participate in this open debate with a view to provide some information regarding my country and also to briefly share the measures taken and mechanisms put in place to address crimes of sexual violence against women, with special focus on the challenges we have faced since the treasonous attack against our National Defense Force on the 4th of November 2020. This attack brought unprecedented security challenge, which has seriously affected the lives and the overall well-being of our people, especially those in Afar, Amhara, and Tigray regional states. Madam President, during and after the law enforcement measure, and at the time the aggression expanded to the adjacent regions, women and children had fallen victims of the most atrocious forms of violations systematically waged by the TPLF. The government of Ethiopia takes all allegations on violations of human rights seriously and with a great level of responsibility and due diligence. Accordingly, with regard to the allegations, 3 layers of investigations in the aftermath of the November attack have been established. These include investigation by the Federal Police, the Joint Committee of Inquiry by the Minister of Women, Children and Youth Affairs, the Attorney General and the Minister of Defense, and investigation by regional police forces. In addition, the Ethiopian Human Rights Commission published reports on the alleged human rights violation that required measures of accountability and redress. Apart from its own investigations, the Commission on March 24, 2021, concluded an agreement with the Office of United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights to conduct joint investigations. The government allowed full access as per the request of these two institutions, and when the report of the investigation was published in November last year, the government, despite its reservations in the report, recognized it as an important input for measures of accountability and prevention. All the above mechanisms of investigation unearthed substantial information on alleged violations. On one hand, they disproved by evidence the accusations against Ethiopian National Defense Force, including systematic commission of sexual violence. On the other, they provided recommendations for accountability, redress, and prevention. Until now, 30 security officials have been charged, out of which 10 are convicted and sentenced to prison terms, ranging from 10 to 25 years. Furthermore, an interministerial task force is established to follow up implementation of the accepted recommendations from the joint report. Past June 2021, Madam President, women and children in Afar and Amhara region had gone through unimaginable suffering and systematic sexual violence in the hands of the criminal group. On March 11, 2022, the Ethiopian Human Rights Commission published its investigation on those gross violations of rights that include mass murders and sexual violence. In addition, women in Tigray still continue to experience violence with no recourse for justice and redress. It should also be noted that close to 12,000 convicts and detainees were released from all prisoners across the Tigray region by the criminal group, which has exacerbated the situation. Madam President, this said, we seek to reiterate the cardinal principle that governments have the prime responsibility to ensure the respect, protection, and fulfillment of human rights. In this regard, the ability of national enforcement and judicial institutions is indispensable to ensure accountability and redress human rights violations. Our experience has shown that national mechanism is most effective in reinstating justice. In these connections, we must emphasize the need to carefully approach conflict-related human rights violations. We have witnessed human rights are politicized against countries like mine. In the past 15 months, the level of hostility and vilification against Ethiopia is driven not by human rights concerns, but by short-sighted and politically motivated agenda. We therefore call for extreme care and caution to ensure authenticity. Politicization of human rights, double standard, and selectivity only lead to irreparable damage to the credibility of international system and undermine the collective effort of promoting and protection of human rights. We trust in the responsible approach of members of this Council to make sure that the work of this principal organ does not undermine national efforts to address human rights concerns. It's also particularly important that no aspect of engagement of the Council interferes in the credibility of the work of other organs of the UN. In concluding, Madam President, I would like to reassure this Council that Ethiopia maintains a zero-tolerance policy on sexual violence. No allegation will go unheard, uninvestigated, and when suspects are found guilty in due process of law, unpunished. Under the criminal laws of Ethiopia, sexual violence is a crime with no statutory limitation. It's also not qualified for pardon and amnesty. Perpetrators are and will be held accountable and punished to the full force of the law. I thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative of Ethiopia for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Sweden.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The LGBTI core group is honored to present this statement to the Security Council on the occasion of its annual open debate on sexual violence in conflict. At the outset of this open debate on conflict-related sexual violence, We would like to express full solidarity with women and girls in all their diversity living in conflict situations and other emergency and crisis. We know that women and girls, including lesbian, bisexual, trans, and intersex persons, are particularly negatively impacted by conflict. We stand in solidarity with all women and girls affected by the situation in Ukraine. We are also deeply shocked by the personal testimony of rapes and sexual violence that are now emerging. The LGBTI core group recognizes the need to ensure that the work of the UN Security Council is inclusive and responsive to the diverse needs of all individuals affected by conflict, including LGBTI persons. In this respect, we thank the United Kingdom for chairing this important meeting. We pay tribute to all victims and survivors of conflict-related sexual and gender-based violence, including those who are victims of this kind of violence and discrimination based on their real or perceived sexual orientation, gender identity, or expression of sex characteristics. The members of the UN LGBTI core group are deeply concerned that despite a robust framework to prevent and address sexual and gender-based violence and conflict put in place by the Security Council over the past decade, the level of compliance by parties to conflict remains in most cases insufficient. The tools to address these most abhorrent violations are available to us. We must all redouble our efforts to see them implemented. It is alarming and unacceptable that actual or perceived sexual orientation or gender identity can increase the chance of someone becoming the target of rape, sexual slavery, forced prostitution, forced pregnancy, forced abortion, and forced sterilization, forced marriage, and other forms of sexual and gender-based violence linked to a conflict. And we are concerned that the number of reports about these violations has increased in a number of conflicts. Furthermore, we are deeply concerned by the fact that widespread underreporting of these crimes, retaliation, discrimination, and stigmatization continue to be the norm in the case of conflict-related sexual violence based on sexual orientation or gender identity, contributing therefore to widespread impunity for the perpetrators. Factors such as criminalization of sexual orientation and gender identity, fear of stigmatization and reprisals, cultural norms, lack of awareness, adequate support services, and avenues for accountability for survivors especially contribute to underreporting and must therefore be addressed. In this regard, we call on all parties to conflicts to respect international law, including international humanitarian law and human rights, to break the vicious circle of sexual violence, underreporting, impunity, and retaliation, and provide targeted gender-sensitive services to address the needs of LGBTI victims and survival of sexual violence, including access to justice, assistance, reparations, and judicial redress. To this end, we welcome the role of the UN team of experts on the rule of law and sexual violence in conflict and encourage them to take into consideration the special needs of victims and survivors who were targeted based on their real or perceived sexual orientation, gender identity, or expression or sex characteristics. Therefore, the core group urges member states to facilitate the full, equal, and meaningful participation of LGBTI victims and survivors of sexual violence in decision-making processes that affect them, including transitional justice strategies. Likewise, the core group calls for the implementation of strategies to ensure access to comprehensive specialized services, including psychosocial healthcare and services, sexual and reproductive health services, legal and livelihood support, and services to survivors of sexual and gender-based violence adapted to their needs and provided without discrimination, as well as appropriate considerations to avoid discriminations on the ground of sexual orientation, gender identity, and expression or sexual characteristics, and vulnerability to violence when adjudicating asylum claims. Members recognize that all survivors, including LGBTI persons, are unique individuals with different experiences and needs, and that any support to assist and empower survivors must be contextualized, paying particular attention to multiple and intersecting vulnerability. I thank you very much.
I thank the representative of Sweden for her statement. I now give the floor to the representative of the Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Madam President. My delegation would like to commend the United Kingdom for convening today's important meeting. At the outset, the Republic of Korea deplores that the appalling situation in Ukraine as a result of Russia's aggression places women and girls at increased risk of sexual and gender-based violence. The unfolding tragedy in Ukraine highlights the critical importance of the women, peace and security agenda. Against this backdrop, I would like to highlight following 4 points. First, a survivor-centered approach is required to address conflict-related sexual violence. We must ensure survivors of sexual violence receive non-discriminatory access to all services they need. In accordance with Action with Women and Peace initiative, the Republic of Korea has underscored the significance of the survivor-centered approach. At the third International Conference on Action with Women and Peace in Seoul last November, we have once again shed light on the need to strengthen women's role and leadership in building and sustaining peace through the survivor-centered approach. Second, we must end the culture of impunity. Sexual violence continues to be exploited as a tactic of war, torture, terrorism, and political repression in both conflict and post-conflict settings. The protection of survivors and witnesses from reprisal under the effective accountability mechanism is a key to ensure perpetrators are held accountable. In this light, my delegation commends the work of the team of experts on the rule of law and sexual violence in conflict to assist the rule of law institutions to enhance accountability for CRSV. Third, we need to step up our efforts to tackle the root causes of CRSV. To this end, it is imperative to address structural gender inequality and to ensure equal opportunities for women and girls. Women and girls have been increasingly and systematically excluded from economic participation, public education, and access to essential services in conflict-affected countries. My delegation deplores the Taliban's decision on March 23rd not to reopen secondary schools to African girls, which contradicted its previous commitments. We highlight the fact that all African citizens, including women and girls, deserve to have an equal right to education at all levels and call on the Taliban to reverse this decision. Last but not least, promoting women's participation in peacekeeping is essential to ensure safe, enabling, and gender-responsive environments. As the host of 2021 Seoul UN Peacekeeping Ministerial, the Republic of Korea will continue to exert its active efforts to increase the number of women military observers and staff officers serving in the UN peacekeeping operation to 25% by 2028. Madam President, the implementation of WPS agenda, including preventing and responding to CRSV, has a very special meaning for the Republic of Korea. As a country that experienced the tragedy of CRSV, the so-called comfort women, we will continue to endeavor to restore the honor and dignity of the victims and survivors, and to turn their painful experiences and courage into a historical lesson to prevent CRSV. Also, as a candidate for non-permanent membership on the Security Council for the term 24-25, we will also spare no effort in achieving full, equal, and meaningful participation of women in peace process. I thank you.
I thank the representative of the Republic of Korea for their statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Algeria.
سيد الرئيس شكرا. Madam President, I thank you. At the outset, I would like to congratulate the delegation of the United Kingdom on presiding over the Council this month. We wish you every success. Madam President, we believe in the pivotal role of women in building sound societies and their active participation in the political, economic, and social spheres. Hence, we empower women and protect them against any abuse in accordance with the Constitution that protects women from all forms of violence under all circumstances and in all areas, professional, private, and public. We seek to enhance our legal system and review our laws on the protection of women at all levels so that they would be in line with the current requirements. We also seek to promote the role of women as drivers for peace at the national and regional levels. This is part of our vision for the implementation of Resolution 1325 through a national plan of action that is a roadmap that identifies the priorities of Algeria to promote the role of women, and we make the women, peace and security a priority. Also, within the League of Arab States, we have led efforts that led to the establishment of the Emergency Committee for the Protection of Women in Armed Conflict. This enabled the establishment of the Arab Network for Female Mediators for Peace by the Arab Women Committee in 2020 with the membership of Algeria. As for Africa, women are the main victims of conflict, crises, and enforced displacement. Hence, we have called for promoting the participation of women in peace processes and to promote their empowerment in the African Union. We have hosted the first General Assembly for the network of African female mediators that gives an institutional character to the role of women in peace negotiation. This has led to more discussion of developing strategies to accelerate the role of women in peace building and encouraging dialogue among members in the African Union. We sought to develop guidelines for procedures that have a gender perspective in conflict and post-conflict recovery. Madam President, it has been 20 years since the adoption of the Women, Peace and Security Agenda at the Council and 14 years since the adoption of Resolution 1820 on sexual abuse in areas of conflict. However, women and girls in areas of conflict still face tremendous challenges, particularly on sexual violence. There has been an increase in sexual violence recently due to the COVID-19 pandemic and its repercussions with the absence of the minimal level of guarantees for the rights of victims, including reception, legal aid, and justice. To ensure an end to sexual violence in areas of conflict in accordance with IHL and human rights law and other UN resolutions, and out of our conviction that there needs to be mechanisms to end these crimes and to prevent their commitment, I would like to make the following points. Accountability is key for response and prevention in conflict zones. Justice is a vital step in the assistance provided to survivors so that they can rebuild their lives and it gives them a chance for reintegration in their societies. 2, efforts for justice and accountability, including reparations and remedy, should be human rights based and should be survivor and victim focused, should also be comprehensive and without discrimination. And 3, we need to promote the legal framework to protect victims and to provide them with justice, because ending impunity would deter violence in the future. 4, the role and prerogatives of peacekeeping should be enhanced in the monitoring of violations of human rights and addressing sexual violence, and including similar mechanisms in all processes and operations. 5, gender equality policies should be enhanced and there should be national, active and comprehensive plans of action for the empowerment of women, particularly in situations of conflict. This would include also measures to address violence against women and girls in the national development plans. 6. There is a need to engage all stakeholders, government, parliaments, national human rights institutions, women's organizations, private sector, civil society organizations, the media, so that they would all work to raise awareness on the risks of sexual violence, and there needs to be specialized entities for accountability. 7. All obstacles should be removed so that women would work to build peace, and this is through the role of community leaders defending human rights in the conflict zones to enhance accountability. Madam President, addressing comprehensively the issue of sexual violence requires that the international community, through the Council, to address all cases objectively and with non-selectivity and no priorities, because sexual violence in conflict zones needs to be condemned regardless of those who commit it. There needs to be accountability, especially if those who commit those violations are those in power, as is the case in the areas under the control of the occupation powers. Here I would like to refer to some facts that were documented by a coalition of NGOs. The grave and repeated violations in the Western Sahara by the Moroccan occupation forces. Sexual violence has been used as a tool to intimidate women striving for human rights and defending human rights, as is the case for Sultana Haya and Aminatou Haidar, and these are just examples. These violations have been documented by the UN Rapporteur on Human Rights Defenders. Hence, these systematic and repeated violations needs better attention by the international community, particularly the Office of the Special Representative on Sexual Violence in Conflict, as this is part of her mandate. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Algeria for her statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Guatemala.
Muchas gracias. Thank you very much, Madam President. Guatemala would like to thank the United Kingdom as the President of the Security Council for April for convening this open debate on the item in question. We would also like to thank the Secretary General and all of the speakers for their briefings. Madam President, since the adoption of Resolution 1325 in 2000, Guatemala has kept a watchful eye on the matter in question. Sexual violence against women during armed conflicts has historically been used as a tactic of war to sow terror, and it is a blatant violation of international of human rights. That is why we need to redouble efforts to completely eradicate it. It is concerning that still today, sexual violence is used to generate income through sexual slavery and trafficking, and as a way of compensating combatants belonging to extremist groups. We categorically condemn all of these acts. They are a clear violation of international law and international humanitarian law. Madam President, as is laid out in Resolution 1820 of this Council from 2008, Guatemala reiterates its deep concern about the fact that, in spite of the repeated condemnation of violence against women and children in armed conflict situations, including sexual violence in these situations, and the repeated appeals to all parties to armed conflict to refrain from these acts immediately, nevertheless, these phenomena continue to occur, unfortunately, and in some situations they have even become systematized and widespread, reaching an alarming level of brutality. We also express our concern about what is laid out in the Secretary General's report about the increase in incidents of rape and other forms of sexual violence against children in 2021, particularly the increasing number of girls affected by this state of affairs. We call on member states to prioritize and maintain support services to boys and girls who survive sexual violence, in particular to promote and guarantee continued access to medical, psychosocial and legal assistance for these abhorrent cases. Madam President,
women can and must play a key role in peace building. There is a significant link between the full significant participation of women in conflict prevention and resolution, reconciliation and reconstruction, and to guarantee the sustainability long-term of these activities. Women need to be able to participate in all activities to promote and maintain peace and security on an equal footing with men. Madam President, the international community must remove the barriers that hamper the strengthening of the role of women in decision-making processes when it comes to preventing and resolving conflicts and building peace. There is still a need to increase the representation of women at all levels of decision-making in national, regional, and international mechanisms and institutions involved in preventing and resolving conflicts. Gender-related issues must be part and parcel of all the Council's discussions to achieve a sustainable peace. Madam President, as a state party of the ICC, the Rome Statute is the most progressive international legal framework on war crimes with a gender perspective to date. Its provisions need to be incorporated into the national context so that states can have a comprehensive framework for the investigation of sexual violence and gender-related crimes, as well as specific procedures to support victims and witnesses and programs to educate women about the laws that concern them, including resources to monitor the enforcement of laws that bear in mind the gender perspective and provisions to provide compensation to the victims. All of these components have a significant effect on women's access to justice. Lastly, Madam President, my delegation believes that it is critical that this issue be maintained on the Council's agenda, bearing in mind the interdependence with the pillars of peace and security, development and human rights. Women are agents of change, and they have a key role to play in the strengthening of the social fabric of their societies. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Guatemala for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Nigeria.
Madam President, Excellencies, I'd like to thank the Presidency of the United Kingdom for the month of April for organizing today's important open debate under the theme Accountability as Prevention, Ending Cycles of Sexual Violence in Conflict. I also would like to extend our gratitude to our briefers for their informative briefings. Sexual violence in conflict continues to inflict pain and trauma on its victims around the world. It has devastating impacts on individuals, families, and communities. Unfortunately, women and girls are disproportionately impacted by armed conflict and are usually seen by perpetrators as spoils of war. We must therefore collectively do more to prevent and bring to perpetrators to justice the perpetrators. Madam President, today's open debate bears great relevance with respect to the terrorist activities of Boko Haram in northern part of Nigeria, as well as related criminality of banditry, especially in some parts of Nigeria as well, which have led to large displacement of people. Violence against women and girls, especially within Boko Haram, has been rampant. Murder, rape, forced marriages have been used as weapons by them. Nigeria has always acted in a concerted manner to ensure accountability for crimes of sexual violence. It has also collaborated with the United Nations and other international partners to enhance protection against these abhorrent transgressions. Over time, such cooperation has eased the problem and made communities and areas far more secure. The problem still is a challenge to us. It's imperative to state that perpetrators of sexual violence must be held accountable, yet the capacity of states to do so needs to be strengthened for better assurance of success. Beyond the law enforcement approach, however, dealing with the socio-political economy of conflicts in a holistic manner is crucial to finding potential remedies to the situation of conflict around the world. In that regard, multilateral cooperation should be enhanced so as to strengthen states' capacities and capabilities to deal with threats posed by violent conflict, criminality, and terrorism. The government of Nigeria has taken steps to rehabilitate victims of sexual violence, including rape, abduction, forced marriages, sexual slavery, and other grave violations by Boko Haram, by putting in motion several legal and economic and social remedies, including taking perpetrators to court, reintegration of victims, reorientation, rehabilitation programs designed to meet the needs of victims, especially urgently. In that regard, we welcome the efforts of the United Nations aimed at improving interagency coordination, knowledge building, advocacy, and technical support at country level. In all this, priority must be accorded addressing the root causes of conflict, such as poverty, human rights abuses, exclusion, and, in our context, climate change. Nonetheless, and in spite of daunting challenges, Nigeria has been in the vanguard of promoting the involvement of women in conflict resolution and in the promotion of peace and security. It is committed to ensuring the security of women and girls during armed conflict and after, and enhancing their active and direct participation in conflict prevention and peace building. It has also taken measures to enhance the security of women and girls in internally displaced persons camps, reduce their vulnerabilities, and promote their safe return to their homes. Madam President, we are convinced that the United Nations remains the central platform for raising awareness for the plight of women and girls in conflict, including the peace and security agenda of the United Nations. We also acknowledge the progress made so far by the various United Nations mechanisms in addressing conflict-related sexual violence, especially the untiring efforts of the Special Representative of the Secretary General on Sexual Violence in Conflict. Nigeria stands ready to continue to work with the United Nations and international partners in that important endeavor. We take this opportunity to assure the Council the government has intensified efforts to secure the release of all abducted girls, especially from the horrific situation of the Chibok girls. Furthermore, trauma centers have been established in different parts of the country with adequate complement of teams of psychosocial counselors and health professionals to assist victims in their journey toward recovery. The absence of accountability, Madam President, for conflict-related sexual violence can prevent reconciliation, weaken the rule of law, undermine the development of strong institutions, and reduce the likelihood of inclusive and full and equal participation of women in political and economic processes. It is against this backdrop that Nigeria joined the Safe Schools Initiative in 2014 in response to the growing number of attacks on our schools, including, of course, the kidnapping of Chibok girls in Borno State, Nigeria. This initiative is really an important one globally, and Nigeria is glad to have hosted one such initiative last year in Abuja. And this is really one of the many things that need to be done collectively. In conclusion, Madam President, we call on all UN member states to consider innovative ways of leveraging peace processes and political settlements to achieve accountability and justice for conflict-related sexual violence, thereby laying the foundations for transformation and inclusion. Nigeria is committed to ensuring that women and girls enjoy their full rights, and those who have perpetrated the violence in conflict are dealt with in accordance with our national laws and international obligations. Achieving the SDGs will be a mirage, Madam President, Excellencies, without the full, free, meaningful, and equal participation of women and girls all over the world. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Nigeria for his statement. The representative of Morocco has asked for the floor to make a further statement. Given the late hour, I would be grateful if you could keep your remarks brief. I give you the floor.
Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam President. Once again, the Algerian delegation is trying to lead the international community awry and attack my country, Morocco, through the ad nauseum repetition of lies and fabrications, falsifications, which are completely baseless on the subject of Moroccan Sahara. The Algerian delegation mentioned a case in which fallaciously someone was allegedly claiming to be a human rights defender, but that is a lie. The person mentioned by the Algerian delegation has nothing to do with human rights. That person works paid for by Algeria and its separatist groups linked to separatism in the Sahara, the Polisario, to use the noble values of human rights and liberty and democracy which prevails in Moroccan Sahara for the purposes of separatist propaganda contrary to Security Council resolutions. This person, Sultana Khria, uses armed violence against civilians in Moroccan Sahara. She has taken arms training, military exercises classes from Algerian militaries and Polisario mercenaries. She is in no way a human rights activist, but rather an agent of Algeria and the Polisario who is inciting to violence and military action. She has participated in military exercises from the 1st to the 12th of June 2019, organized by the Algerian Polisario, during which she called for armed violence against civilians in Moroccan Sahara. And, Madam President, these photos were taken, which I would like to show you. This person has a machine gun, has a military outfit on, and is being used by the Polisario and Algeria to mislead the international community about alleged human rights violations in Moroccan Sahara. Human rights are fully and entirely protected in Moroccan Sahara in accordance with the highest international standards, and there's Resolution 2602 of the Security Council attested of Morocco's respect for human rights and the role played by Morocco and its national institutions, in particular the National Human Rights Council and the Commission for Promoting and Protecting Human Rights. This person has not been subjected to sexual abuse or surveillance, as Algeria claims. She is acting freely, and she has been contacted by the National Human Rights Council. She refused to meet with them because she doesn't want to talk about human rights. She simply wants to use them as a tool. This person leaves Morocco on a Moroccan passport to Geneva, to Algeria, to spread lies about Morocco, and that is because Morocco respects human rights and promotes human rights as internationally recognized. The Algerian delegation referred to the Special Representative of the Secretary General for Human Rights Defenders, Ms. Mary Lawler. I would like to correct the Algerian delegation because, once again, this is a lie. Ms. Lawler is convinced of the fallacious nature of the allegations by Sultana Khria and definitively abandoned that case. Ms. Lawler took this decision when she saw these photos. She understood that Sultana Khria, this lady, was exploiting human rights for political and separatist purposes. The Algerian delegation raised the alleged case of sexual violence in Moroccan Sahara. This is also a case. However, what is true is the case of young men and women who are raped and sexually abused in Algerian police stations. That is a reality. And that has been covered by international and national media outlets. There is also the case of the violations of the rights of women and sexual violence in the Tindouf camp in Algeria, which is under the supervision of the Algerian authorities. I would note the situation of women in the cases who have been left to the mercy of the separatists, for the Polisario, that are spreading terror in the camps without caring one iota for these outrageous cases. El Mundo, the Espanol paper, said that more than 150 young girls were being held against their will in these camps, particularly Ms. Maloma Malores, Darian Baselma, Najiba Mohamed Belkacem, and Korea Bet Belhafid, and many others were all victims of in these camps with the complicity of Algeria. They suffered sexual violence, sexual torture. The so-called head of the Polisario, Brahim Rali, the separatist, is wanted in Spain for crimes against humanity and for rape and sexual violence against Achid Ul Mahmoud. As I said, That person is wanted for crimes against humanity before the Spanish courts. Madam President, Algeria is not properly in a position to talk about human rights before the Security Council. I would also like to talk about the case of child soldiers enrolled in the Polisario with the blessing of Algeria. Here are photos of child soldiers enrolled in Tindouf camp in Algeria with Algeria's blessing and with its complicity. These are real photos, and some of them are on separatist websites of the Polisario. They have deprived these children of their most fundamental rights. And Algeria then comes here to try and talk about the situation of human rights in the Moroccan Sahara. The situation of human rights in Moroccan Sahara is 1,000 times better than the situation in Algeria. I will conclude, Madam President. Algeria, in fact, is a serial violator of human rights law and international law. I will conclude in a few seconds' time. My delegation would have liked not to have to make this additional statement, but as you all heard the statement by the delegation of Algeria that attacked Morocco and attacked Moroccan Sahara during a debate that had nothing to do with the question of Moroccan Sahara. The question of Moroccan Sahara has never been noted in any of the reports, not the report of the special representative, neither that nor that of the Secretary General. As I said, the human rights situation is generally much better than in Algeria. In March and May 2020, the OHCHR published 2 press statements on the deteriorating human rights situation in Algeria, during which it reiterated that it was increasingly concerned by the situation in Algeria, where the right to freedom of expression, peaceful assembly, and participation in public life continue to be attacked, and through the use of force, a disproportionate force against peaceful protesters, and through continuous arrests. It's quite rare that OHCHR would publish 2 press communiques on a single subject in quite a short space of time. This demonstrates the severity and the scale of human rights violations in Algeria. I'll conclude, Madam President. On the 8th of March, during the 49th session of the Human Rights Council, the High Commissioner for Human Rights noted in her oral statement, and I quote,
I am concerned by increasing restrictions on fundamental freedoms, including an increase in arrests and detentions of human rights defenders, civil society members, and political opponents. I call on the government to change course and to take all necessary steps to guarantee the people's right to freedom of speech and to peaceful association and peaceful assembly. Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative of Morocco for his statement. The representative of Algeria has asked for the floor to make a further statement. May I ask you to restrict your comments to make brief remarks, and this will be the last speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. It appears that the representative of Morocco really believes in lying until people believe your lies. Once again, he is saying before the Council false lies and fabrication about what children are facing in refugee camps. These are false fabrications about recruiting children. These accusations that are baseless and that are contradicted by United Nations reports and NGOs that are visiting these camps regularly. This phenomenon is simply does not exist in these camps. Mr. Stefan Dujarric said that what Moroccan media has reported about child soldiers in camps, these are simply lies. This is a desperate attempt to defame the reputation of the citizens of Western Sahara. Instead of providing these this false information. The representative of Morocco should have focused on the situation of children in Morocco who are suffering from poverty. There is a large number of school dropouts. There are innocent children that are being used by Morocco in order to show these false photographs, to show that they are being subjected to sexual violence. However, the representative of Morocco is really ignoring the truth in his own country. I thank you.
The representative of Algeria for their statement. There are no more names inscribed on the list of speakers. The late hour and the large number of speakers today only reflects the strength of concern and interest in this topic. I'd like to thank the interpreters and the Secretariat in particular for staying so late. The meeting is adjourned.